Okay, Google, play the song.
Calm down, girl.
And I can't. And I can't.
Wait for it. 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 Calm down, girl. Wait for it. Lord have mercy. Wait for it. Wait for it. Calm down, girl.
And I can't. And I can't.
Hello.
Lord have mercy.
Lord have mercy.
And I can't.
I'm like,
And I can't.
Lord have mercy.
Lord have mercy.
Calm down, girl.
Welcome. Calm down, girl. It's not often you get told to calm down by Ronnie Watts,
And I can't.
but you can't. Welcome.
Hello. Never
Hi.
gets old.
Never. It is so catchy. I love it. Hi, everyone in chat. I see a lot of familiar names, handles, whatever. Welcome. So I was thinking today, and it's never good when I think, but I was in a chat today at Dorothy's. Bless her. She does the marathon lives that go for days, literally. Hi, Teresa. And excuse me, I made truce with someone who I considered an enemy on this island. And I was reflecting back, like, wow, that was easy, but I remember being so angry. And I had to think back. I was like, when was the last time I spoke to this person? And then I remembered, like, oh God, I literally blocked her in a live. And as I was listening to the live today, just trying to find the moment to see, just reflecting on, that's what humans do, evolve, reflect, right? Because we don't want to repeat the same mistakes. So as I was skimming through and listening, I was like, oh my gosh, a lot of this is actually very interesting now looking back. So I thought it would be interesting for us to kind of take a look at that live together and pause in between and talk about it, discuss, laugh, I don't know, just whatever comes up. What do you guys think? What do you think, Mama Bear?
I love it.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't go back and watch it, so I'm excited to see.
Yeah,
I remember
you
being
want
very angry.
Yes, there's a lot of emotion in this live, which is important because I don't get amped up often, but I was amped up, and yeah, it'll be fun to see me pissed off, and I don't want to go back there, which is one of the reasons why I had this live in the first place. And it's just so sad that it still keeps going. So maybe someone will get something out of it. That's what I'm hoping for. And yes, that's Stella B next to me moaning because she is begging for another treat.
I love her.
Yeah. So, what do you think, Mama Bear? What do you remember about the live? Like, what are some things that stuck out to you? Like your biggest takeaway from that live? And you were moderating chat at that time as well, so that was like a double whammy.
Yeah, I remember that I think we did like unblock everybody from when we did that live because we wanted them to come in and we wanted them to explain themselves. And I don't think any of them showed up though, but yeah. I just remember being really angry, and what stood out to me the most was how bad it reflected back on the family, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Why can't oh there it is. I was just about to flip. Oh Lord. Okay. So now let me get back into the mindset of this. I need to figure out how to share. Oh. Oh, I'm laughing already. I'm sorry. Like this is gonna be more of like a roast. I feel like. But okay. Let's go. Jenlu, share audio, check. Add, okay. Can we see it? Yes.
Yes. There.
Hi, everyone.
Oh,
I hope
geez.
everyone can hear me. I'll just wait for that confirmation and then we can get started. Whew. I'm excited and nervous.
No, I was like pissed. That's what I was.
I like that we can
Translate.
see chat too.
Translation, excited and nervous equals, yeah, I'm about to pop off. Calm down, girl, because it's about to go down. All right.
And I have a lot to share today. Oh, shoot. I just spilled juice on myself.
What the hell?
Lisa's not down the printer.
I don't know.
You know what? I know, like, what annoys me the most when I'm in AD's chat is when he plays a live where he talks and then he talks at the same time. You never know
I didn't
when
know
he's
when you were talking.
Exactly. So how about we speed this up? Because, you know, I talk slow anyway. So if we make myself a chipmunk or whatever, maybe it'll help.
There we go.
Okay, let's see.
This is
I don't know if I'm
Teresa's
going to
favorite.
be able to keep up with chat
feed.
the whole time. Probably not, but I will be checking in periodically.
Okay. Can you distinguish me between me?
Amy W., I'm sorry that your son is in the hospital. We'll keep him in our thoughts. Hi. All right, great. So
Yeah.
I have two presentations
Okay,
for
good.
today. I couldn't decide which one to go with.
Oh, crap.
And I've been kind of all over the place lately. Just a lot of like personal stuff and also just coming back from Colorado and just.
Yeah, that's still ongoing, by the way. Still all over the place. Different reasons, but yeah. Let me just fast forward to the part where we get to the point. All right, here we go. You know it's going to get real when you have a disclaimer, right?
I need like another screen to watch what you guys are seeing because I can't see anything. I'm sorry, I'm completely like disorganized right now, even though I had like 6 hours to prepare.
I cracked myself up.
When was this?
Hi, Anna.
Oh, almost a year
I'm going
ago.
to start off this
Okay,
presentation.
just under a year.
I named it Dishonor. And the reason why I named it Dishonor is because obviously some of the people that are volunteering for this organization have absolutely
let me just preface this. While I'm disclaiming this, I'm also going to add, this is the updated 2021 disclaimer. So the people that are mentioned in this chat are like, so this chat happened over a year ago or almost a year ago or whatever. However, yeah, over a year ago now. So So a lot has changed in that year, and a lot of people have grown, and we'll talk about that throughout. But you know, what you hear now in terms of like when we get there, I'll say more about that. But just a disclaimer that this is from a year ago, but I think it's very important that we hear it.
Oh, like respect, let alone honor. So let me just say that everything that is contained in this presentation is from Facebook and from YouTube, both of which are public platforms. So I'm not doxing anyone, just in case someone wants to get all in their panties about it. And I think that's the beautiful part about accountability on social media, which is what we don't have enough of and we need more of. You're going to be held accountable for the shit you say. So there you go. All right. So you know how I roll. Definitions. Harassment is the act of systematic and or continued unwanted and annoying actions of one party or group, including threats and demands. The purposes may vary, including racial prejudice, personal malice, an attempt to force someone to quit a job or grant sexual favors, apply illegal pressure to collect a bill, or merely gain sadistic pleasure from making someone anxious or fearful. Such activities may be the basis for a lawsuit if due to discrimination based on race or sex, a violation of the statutory limitations on collection agencies, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's the definition, and keep that in mind as we go through this presentation. Okay, I added also cyber stalking, and that includes, cyber stalking can take many forms. It includes harassment, embarrassment, and humiliation of the victim, emptying bank accounts or other economic control, such as ruining the victim's credit score, harassing family, friends, and employers to isolate the victim, scare tactics to instill fear, and more. Now, in this context, victim includes, the victim is the person who is being harassed. So this has nothing to do with the case right now. This is just the definition. All right, defamation. Defamation is a statement that injures a third party's reputation. The tort of defamation includes both libel, which are written statements, and slander, which are spoken statements. The elements of defamation, the plaintiff must show 4 things. 1, a false statement perpetrating to be fact. 2, publication or communication of that statement to a third person.
Jen Lu,
3,
do you want to join us for this?
To at least
where did
negligence.
Mama Bear go?
And 4, damages or some harm caused to the person or entity who is the subject of the statement. In some places, I mean, defamation is a criminal offense. So some explanation continues. Some statements of facts are so egregious that they will always be considered defamatory. Such statements are typically referred to as defamation per se. These types of statements are assumed to harm the plaintiff's reputation without further need to prove that harm. Statements are defamatory per se where they falsely impute to the plaintiff one or more of the following things: criminal offense, a loathsome disease, matter incompatible with his business, trade, profession, or office, serious sexual misconduct. Okay, so it's automatic defamation when someone accuses you of a criminal offense, okay? And it's not true, obviously. So that's, in this case, you do not have to prove harm. So for example, saying that I forged emails with law enforcement, that would be a criminal offense, and I was accused of that criminal offense, and I can easily prove that that is not true. So therefore, I have a case for defamation per se. That's an example. So then actual malice. In a legal sense, actual malice has nothing to do with ill will or disliking someone and wishing him harm. Rather, courts have defined actual malice in the defamation context as publishing a statement while either knowing that it is false or acting with reckless disregard for the statement's truth or falsity. Now, I can't tell you how much evidence of this there is out in YouTube land with certain individuals. So I just thought it would be very useful so that we're all on the same page in terms of what the definitions are, because it sounds like a lot of people are very misinformed. And I don't blame them, because a lot of the trolls that pose as volunteers are actually from different countries and have no clue about the US standards and about the law in the US. So they're just running around being completely reckless.
I'm muted. Hi.
Hi. They're just running around being completely reckless.
You hear how mad I am?
You're already at a friggin' 10.
I know.
Yes, I hear. Why is my friggin' face in the thumbnail?
I'm sorry. Blame your sense of humor, please.
And literally, it's typed at the very top. in all caps, the worst.
Reply,
People,
reply to I can't.
I can't. Like people need to know that is. You see? Oh my God.
Lord. No. Okay. So
All right.
you hear how pissed I am, Jen, right? So feel free to roast me
Yes.
because you're probably better at describing my feelings than I am. Because I'm more of a body, like, I talk with my hands. So I slapped the crap out of you. No, I'm just kidding.
I got you.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
now
yeah,
I need to
yeah.
find
Okay.
the other tab. Here it is. There it is.
You find it.
In their statements, not caring, not doing their research,
Do your
just being plain
research.
old reckless. All right. Truth is an absolute defense against defamation. So that's pretty self-explanatory, right? So now let's get in. We're going caring.
Let's get it in. Well said, Dr.
Let me light up my cigarette first.
I know that's not what you said, but that's what I heard.
So
Don't get me started with you know whose daughter I am, right?
Yes, I'm familiar. I've heard her.
Yes. Hi Rarity, hi Maus und Monica. So gut dich zu sehen. I had to. Hello, Angela Ferris. Okay, let's keep going. This is serious. Serious
Okay,
stuff now.
okay. I'm gonna behave.
Enter Honor Network. I'm gonna slow myself. Ooh, I'm gonna slow
the honor
myself down actually because apparently some people in the back didn't hear me the first time around. Volume up. Okay, let's go.
Honor Network. Megan Jade did a video recently about this, and that's great. So you can watch hers as well for more context. But basically, we were introduced to the Honor Network by Lambert. I don't know his first name. And that Lambert is Rusak's attorney. And in their statement, they said that the Honor Network reached out to the Rusaks because they wanted to help with the harassment and bullying. The problem that I have with this, even with the very first conference that Frank Rusak did in front of the Watts house, when he said that they would be getting death threats, whatever, like I have never seen any of that. So I would love to be referred to places or people or statements that were made that were harassment, bullying, threatening, violent, whatever. Okay, so I'm still waiting around for that. But anyway, so they say that the Honor Network reached out to them. So I did some research on the Honor Network. And the Honor Network is actually a pretty awesome organization in theory, right? It started by Mr. Posner, who is the father of a victim of the Sandy Hook shooting. And also, Mr. Posner, along with other families of the children that were murdered in that school, began being harassed online by what's called hoaxers, or what they call hoaxers. Now, hoaxers is a very specific term, and it includes a very specific group of people. And hoaxers are individuals such as Alex Jones, who have very, very outrageous theories about the government and what the government is willing to do or doing in order to take away the Second Amendment from American citizens. Meaning, in this context, in the context of the Sandy Hook shooting, Alex Jones had this show called InfoWars, and it was on YouTube 24/7, and he would spew ridiculous theories about Sandy Hook never happened, that no one died at Sandy Hook, that everybody was hired, they were actors, that everything was orchestrated by whatever, like the deep state or whatever. And so, of course, Alex Jones was pretty popular especially with like in America, at least with like the extreme right wing, whatever group, which is now political, because that's the problem. Like this goes into politics. And so anyway, so then of course Alex Jones encouraged and also perpetrated these false narratives about Sandy Hook, and it has fueled like an entire online community, and who believe in this to be fact. So I can only imagine what it was like for Mr. Posner to go on the internet and see people talking about a photograph of his son and him and saying that it was photoshopped, that it's not real, that, you know, just ridiculous. They doxed all of the family members, the surviving family members of the children. It was relentless. Okay, so hoaxers are people who believe that the government is after you and they want to take your guns away. Okay, and they believe that all mass shootings are perpetrated and orchestrated by this underground part of the government called the deep state, and it's all just fake, right? So those are hoaxers. Keep that in mind. Now, January 16th, the Honor Network website posts an article talking about how they're scrubbing the internet of harassing posts, helping the family of Shanann Watts. I'm still waiting for those posts, by the way, but okay, according to the definition, right? Because what we're doing actually is discussing, we're discussing a criminal case that has captured the attention of not just the United States, but worldwide, because a pregnant woman and her 2 children were murdered, all right? And one person is sitting in jail, and there's a list of unanswered questions in this case. This case is not black and white. This case is not Sandy Hook happened versus it didn't happen. All right, this case is a botched investigation. Okay, let me get off my soapbox. We'll get into the case later. Let me just finish with this. All right. So what basically happened is.
All right, I need to pause right here.
Is that Stella barking then or Stella barking now?
That was her then as well.
Stella, never know
small
F's
town
to
girl,
give.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Sandy Hook is real, and yeah, I'll not start because I'm sure I'll get to all of that in the video. But yes, Jen, sorry. But so far, what are your thoughts? Do you see where this is going?
Yes, I see where this is going, but and I feel that I think that you did a good job describing the purpose and intent which Honor Network was formed for. You know what I mean? Because that's, I mean, I'm going to leave it there for right now.
Okay.
I might be back.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah. Let's go.
Lambert said that Honor approached them in the press conference. I later contacted the Honor Network as part of my research. I emailed them through their website, and I asked them to remove a video made by Martin Dehan in which I am accused of being something akin to a Nazi, right? That my family perpetrated genocides and whatnot. Completely ignorant bullshit, all right? So I contacted them and I said, you know, I lived through the Bosnian genocide, therefore I am a victim of a mass event, whatever. And this person is clearly violating not only YouTube terms, but also slander and harassment and defamation, because this person, one of many, is so obsessed with me and Armchair Detective specifically Now, the reason why I bring up this person is because before the Honor Network came around, there was a group of these trolls that were just following Armchair Detective.
Okay, I feel like this is a good place to pause because this group of trolls that I call now, this is the group that I was attacked by. And that group since has changed. It's not the same people. There's still some in the back, like I said. But for the most part, we were able to reconcile our differences and, you know, get over a lot of the drama that happened. And that's what I wish. That was one of the consequences of this live at the time. And I figured, you know, what harm can it do if we watched it again amidst all of this drama that's going on right now? So some of the people that you see throughout this live, you might recognize, but again, that the point is not that. The point is not to attack individuals. The point is to see beyond that, the bigger
and see where
picture
you were then and where
versus
you
now.
are now. And that's important. That's important.
Yes. So with that, keep that in mind, and let's continue.
Around wherever he went. Okay, so no matter what the hell Alan talked about, it didn't matter. They'd be there. They'd call him a scammer, liar, cheater, whatever. Okay, you already know the deal, right? So that little group of trolls somehow got it in their minds that, oh yes, if we join Honor Network as volunteers, we can take the Armchair Detective down. And of course, anyone who's associated with him. That includes myself. And then slowly it like spiraled into, let's just get rid of everyone who talks about the case. And that's not gonna work. Like, I'm not gonna stand for that, period. I don't care who you are. But anyway, so let me get back to the story, right? So now this group of these like trolls that follow Armchair Detective around for years, they joined the Honor Network and they somehow established contact with the Ruseks. And I'm not paying attention to chat, so let me see. Okay, no, let's not delete that, please. Let's keep that up. Hold on. I don't know how to undo that, but yeah. Let them talk. Let them call BS. Let them call BS, because I'm not done. All right. So, yeah, no need to time out anyone or delete anything.
Bruh,
I really don't
I
care.
can't.
So let them call whatever the hell they want. I'm putting out the findings of my own.
Okay, so this is how triggering this case is. That like I was off my rails that night because it was so painful. It was a painful time.
I mean, I didn't know you then like I know you now. But I did know, I've known your sister for a long time, and I remember when this happened, and I remember what your sister said, and that you needed help. And I thought what they did was awful. Listen, I understand feeling passionate about a case. Okay, I do.
Yeah.
I get it. But the way that you don't, where it goes foul is when you weaponize that passion for a case and start bringing in people's family and minor children, and that's wrong. You don't do that. In fact, you shouldn't even bring in their adult children, if I'm being perfectly honest. No, whoever's doing whatever it is that they're doing on the YouTubes, deal with that person and that person only. Okay. This
Yeah, and if
isn't like
you,
that Hatfields and McCoys. Okay. You don't need to be calling to the carpet my aunt, my uncle, my cousin, my great grandmother, my first grade teacher, the kid I sat next to on the bus in third grade. Don't be calling these people in. They're not going to be able to help you. And all you're doing is you're not convincing anybody of your point by doing that. You're not changing minds handling yourself that way.
yeah, and another thing that I want to point out too, I don't engage in drama, but I do address content that people put out. So I've seen comments about you're bullying, you know, True Tam. I don't feel that I'm bullying True Tam. I was commenting on her content, which happens to be about me. So, well, and my whole team, to be perfectly clear. So I don't feel that that was bullying. And I feel that we address the content. Same here. I'm addressing the content, the words, the words that oh God, come out of your mouth. I don't know how to translate it into,
Like that.
yeah.
You're
Well,
not addressing
in the virtual world,
so you're not addressing
the
their
court.
physical attributes. No, you're not addressing
Oh,
the
sorry.
courts for sure.
Yeah,
Because
I'm somewhere
one of
else.
if you
I'm
want
like thinking about. Let me be perfectly clear. I'm thinking about Isaiah Silva.
I know.
Can we just like a round of applause, please? Because
Yes.
he got himself a lawyer. Yes. Hello. That means, oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait to see the outcome of this case and to see. Okay, so yes, that's where my mind is. That's what I'm talking about, courts. But yes, go ahead. Sorry.
There okay, if you were addressing a court, you have to say your honor and you have to ask permission to address the court. You can just be like interrupting willy-nilly like there's procedure. But no, you're there is the difference between addressing an issue versus bullying. It's subtle,
Yeah.
but it's not actually that subtle. Okay. If you're addressing the argument that somebody is making, even if you do that in a passionate way, if you say that the so and so said such and they're flat out wrong, and here's why, that is not bullying. Okay.
Don't. Yeah, Mama
Bull-
Bear. Don't even bother. Go ahead.
Bullying is different.
Yeah.
Bullying is addressing something that somebody doesn't have, like their physical attributes, okay, or actually calling them stupid versus that their argument is stupid. And that's a subtle difference right there. But I mean, it can be done. It's called a
Yeah.
church read, people. Look it up. I do it all the time.
Stella, you're so dramatic, girl.
Please don't shame Stella B.
I'm not shaming her,
Do
but
not.
she is. I can hear her through my like soundproof headphones.
Please don't drama shame Stella B. Okay.
No, no drama shaming. Let's get back into this, please.
Okay.
Woo! Okay, woosah.
Own investigation, and people can make up their own damn minds. Like, see, I'm not a person that needs to tell people what they need to think. All right, like I encourage people to think for themselves. Team Phoenix. Okay, so I understand that you don't agree with this, that you call bullshit. That's fine. I'm just showing what I have found. All right, and this isn't even like, this is the tip of the iceberg, y'all. Like, I don't have the nerve or the time or the patience to sit through and put everything out there. So this is just a little bit of everything, all right? Okay, so now we have the trolls and the Rusex all coming to honor, asking for harassing posts of the family to be removed, right? So now I'm like, okay, what harassing posts? Let's keep going. For the victims of some of the worst crimes, this is from the Honor Network, from that article. For the victims of some of the worst crimes and mass shootings in the country, the pain doesn't stop after the case is closed. Conspiracy theories, disinformation, and threats made against the families of the victims run rampant online. That's why the family of Shanann Watts said, the family of Shanann Watts said happened to them after her murder. There have been a number of instances of people reaching out to them, threatening them anonymously, said Stephen Lambert, an attorney with Grant and Hoffman law firm who represents the family of Shanann Watts. They say, oh, Chris really wasn't the killer, it was X. Let's stop right there. Is there anything defamatory or threatening or harassing about this statement? Please. I'll wait. My cigarette burned off. That's how amped up I am. Okay. So, or his original confession was the real confession, and Shanann did have a hand at this, or some sort of conspiracy like that. Whatever. That kind of stuff bothers them a lot. Okay, so it bothers them, or it's harassing and threatening them. Just because you don't like something on the internet, that doesn't mean that you have the right to get it removed. That's the whole thing with the First Amendment. We're discussing a public case. The first confession is part of a public document of a murder investigation, wherein that first confession, by the way, was never ruled out. So when you say that blatant lies that the first confession was real, we don't know that, to be honest with you, because all we have is the confession of a proven certified liar. Okay? So you're saying we're not going to believe Chris in anything that he says except this. So no, I'm saying it now. The first confession was never proven wrong or ruled out. Because why? We'll talk about that later. They go on to say that so the family of Shanann Watts was thrust into the public spotlight when Chris Watts killed his wife and 2 daughters. A year and a half later, lawyers said Shanann Watts' family still faces threats and conspiracy theories targeting them online. Still waiting for that evidence. All right. They've turned to an organization called Honor Network for Help. Recall that Lambert said that the Honor Network approached them. So right away, we have an inconsistency, and I'm going to go ahead and believe this article because I don't buy for a second that the Honor Network is keeping up with a family annihilator when they're dealing with hoaxers, right? Okay. The Honor Network, so we've got roughly 300 to 400 volunteers active at any given time. We create kind of a mass flagging circle, said whoever this is, a board member with the Honor Network. Just flagging something once or twice doesn't do anything, and you can only flag once on your account. What Lenny created was kind of a group of volunteers that would alert each other when something defamatory was posted, and they would share the link and flag en masse. Okay. She goes on to, or Lambert says, the Honor Network has been immensely and immeasurably helpful when it comes to online bullying and harassment. They not only just assist them in getting some of this material removed from online, but also in healing. Honor Network said they worked with victims of the Aurora Theater shooting to combat conspiracy theories and disinformation online as well. They also work with victims of online bullying who haven't been a part of a high-profile crime. Okay. Moving on. This is also from the website. 26% of American adults have had untrue information posted about them online, causing emotional anguish, fear, and damage to their personal and professional reputations. Together, through empowerment, education, and advocacy, we can affect change and help to create a safer, more inclusive online experience for all. Help us achieve this goal. Okay. I'm not even going to comment on this because you can see the contradiction in this statement, right? But I do want to clarify one thing, okay? That the actual victims of Sandy Hook and the parents, Mr. Posner, and the rest of the families who have helped start this organization actually are fighting for justice and are actually doing something to put an end to the likes of Alex Jones and like the incel community and things like that. Those are actual dangerous people that hide in dark corners of the internet and perpetuate pain, misinformation, just vile stuff. All you have to do is just Google it. You can see for yourself. It's not necessary for me to talk about that. So that is what this family and the families who were victimized are doing, and I commend them for that. I commend them for that. Actually, I would any day sign up to volunteer for an organization like that. And I have volunteered for many organizations that are nonprofit and are fighting for justice, freedom of speech, and other topics that affect us all right? That affect us all as American citizens in the United States of America, but also worldwide. But mind you, this is focused only on the United States, all right? Their goal is to empower victims and their families through education and advocacy. Our goal is to provide education to victims as well as law enforcement, employers, and others who deal with victims of online aggression. And their goal is to also help craft impactful policy and legislative reform that makes the internet a safer, more inclusive place for all. Honor empowers, educates, and advises. That's brilliant, right? It sounds perfect. Now, enter the group that stalks the armchair detective and myself, okay? Now they've learned about this place, right?
Okay, just want to say something here. So again, these self-proclaimed victims advocates, whatever, like I said, with most of them, like I'm cool, but there's still some of them. And actually I've seen some like running around on panels telling them about their brilliant research. So maybe I was going to skip that part, but maybe I should play it because this is the research that people have been running around saying that they've been doing for 2 years on me. So, and this is also shame on you. Shame on every single creator who has read any PDF on anyone on their live. Shame on you. Watch this. And if you read a PDF again after you see this, that should say everything about you.
You can't sit with us.
And
No.
now all of a sudden, they all of a sudden are these victims advocates, right? So what they do or did is they joined the Facebook groups for the Honor Network, and they have their own little Facebook groups where they you'll see. But now all of a sudden, these self-proclaimed victims advocates are running around the internet, causing mayhem, feeding not only the Honor Network founders bullshit, but also purposefully misleading them only because they have a personal dislike of Armchair Detective, and because Armchair Detective doesn't acknowledge their hissy fits, then we're gonna get the Ruseks on board and we're all gonna fight this blah blah blah, these hoaxers, right? Of course, I am number 2 on the hit list only because I will not turn my back on Armchair Detective, because what makes you think that I'm going to listen to you without doing my own research, right? That's the whole point of the, if you recall the first part in the definitions where it says that someone has to do some sort of work to establish whether or not a statement is true before they believe it, before they start broadcasting it around. And that doesn't mean confirm what you're saying with your echo chamber, trolls. I'm talking to you. Doesn't mean that. It means something else. Okay. So let's have a look, please. What a trash bag she is. Someone says when they say he, that's Armchair, he should be harassed. He's a piece of shit. And then this particular post is asking for the content that's specifically related to harassment, bullying, slander, whatever the hell else they're looking for, right? Of course, Mr. Posner is not going to sit there and watch 500 YouTube videos that Armchair Detective did, or that I did for that matter. So none of this material that these trolls are giving them is actually reviewed. All right. So basically, from my understanding, in just reading the groups, it's just based off of the word of these trolls and the Rusek family who are being fed by the trolls. All right. So Mr. Posner is just going along with it. And he's there for content removal. Recall, he's looking for hoaxers. And mind you, just a side note, there's still a lot of those hoaxers around today. They still continue to say that mass shootings are fake, that whatever the hell, so they are busy. Every day they're busy taking these people down. And to be fair, they do an excellent job because they've gotten so many websites removed. They've gotten freaking Alex Jones removed from YouTube. He had a 24-hour shit show on YouTube every day, live streaming, full of BS, okay? They got him off. They got him off of YouTube. So that shows you that what these people are doing is effective, and it gets it done. They're serving their purpose. So then tell me, why after 2 years, I'm still sitting here ranting on this freaking video, and AD's ranting on his videos, and now we're adding more people to the list. Now they're like, let's get this Megan J, let's get Mia, let's get Critical K, let's get Mensa, let's get everybody that we don't like. You know what? Fuck it. Let's get everybody who talks about the case, period. No, that's not going to happen. Here we go. They're making a hit list. So let's read. The reason why I did not redact these names is because these people are on Facebook, which is a public platform, like I said in the beginning, and they're also YouTube creators. So none of this should be a surprise to them, all right? Because they love making videos about this. Look at, who are these people? They made a hit list. Look, Cindy and Jamie Watts are on the hit list. Excuse me, but the last time I checked, Cindy and Jamie Watts are just as much victims as are the Ruseks. So where in any sane mind does this make sense? Please, I'll wait. Shannon is on the list. Everybody and their mother is on the list. Organized cyber gang. All right, look, they have a hit list. Armchair Detective, True Psych Ward, Lady Justice, Set the Record Straight, Mary Marlowe, Audrey Briggs, Tarot Cards for the Soul, Daniel Bishop, Midnight Mistral. Please, I'll wait for you to tell me where these channels are hoaxing or doing whatever the hell. Okay? They've made Google Docs. This one in particular, it looked like something out of a freaking movie. Okay? Multiple pictures of me, my date of birth, my address, my phone number. My family tree, guys, I'm not exaggerating. My family tree is inside of this document where they dox my 18-month-old nephew. All right? And there's a there's a Google Doc for every single person on the hit list. Let's keep going. This person, hey, Dr. B, by the way, I'm BP from Sunburst, you paranoid, stupid bitch. We know who you are, and everything has been forwarded to the correct authorities to deal with your license and what you've done illegally with your company. Have fun, miss. And then Docs is my last name. Okay? Next, you bitch. You know why we don't like you. AD knows why we don't like him. And neither one of you can have a discussion, your way or the highway. I hate them both, but this doctor bitch, you're going down. By the way, if this spreadsheet on AD exists, I'd like to see it. I can't even read this shit. So if you guys want to come back to it and read it yourselves. Next. This one is looking me up and then crying about being doxxed, all right? I did not dox this woman, first of all. Second of all, hypocrite, okay? Next, we have Miss Valerie, who, I can't even read this shit, but at the end of the day, she wanted to meet me at Frederick Police Department. I was hoping she would show up, but she didn't, so, okay. Of course, just beautiful victim advocacy language, right? I wonder if they taught them that at the training courses. Look at that. Please, I'll wait. I'll wait for you to tell me if this is advocacy. Okay. And then, of course, the Rusecs get involved because you see what shit they're being fed by these so-called advocates.
Okay, pause here because this is where I'm going to be addressing Helen, and Helen is actually the person that I reconciled with today. We truced it, so keep that in mind, but also keep this in mind.
Okay. And then, of course, the Rusecs join in. That woman he talks to is absolutely full of shit. The facility has never heard of her. We checked. Okay, Frankie. Just stop. And then look at Helen. Dr. B, yes! Her name is Natasha, whatever the hell that is, because that's not my name, or the second one. A lot of people are saying she's fake. You just proved it. A professional would never disclose or investigate like she has. It's not their remit to do so. Helen, shut up. Amber, she's not a doctor. There's no sign of her. So now who's the one seeking out personal information? Okay. And then they ask why they get blocked from platforms. This is why you get blocked, Mr. Rusek Sr. and Mr. Rusek Jr. This is exactly why you get blocked. You and I are both hyper aware of the possible consequences due to other people's actions, specifically putting our information out for public consumption in a threatening way. We maintain our vigilance and what we have done to protect ourselves. And now, mind you, this is coming from Miss Samantha, aka Salty Bitch, right? Who just got done talking all this match. Well, hold on, we didn't even get to her yet. Wait, we're not even there yet. Then here we go. She's really an evil bitch. What is she? Some sort of a refugee in America? She probably lied her way to America, full of bullshit as well. She really is a nasty piece of work. I've had a fight with her just to keep fighting against her. She hates confrontations, just like dickhead AD. I hate confrontation. But I reached out to every single one of these people talking shit, asking them if they needed to see more proof of what they're claiming I'm lying about. And each one of them got their proof, and each one of them twisted it around and completely ignored it and spun it into something. At one point, they said that my diploma is from the quote unquote old country, that I manufactured it. Okay.
Oh my
Let's
God.
keep going. Oh, here she is. This one right here.
Should I pause? I heard an oh my God. Sorry, I
This
realized
is
this is your
so-
first time.
This isn't really my first time, but it is my
Oh,
first.
sorry.
This is my, okay. I find all of this behavior pedantic, frankly. It's ridiculous. First of all, okay, Dr. B, in your capacity as a YouTube creator, have you ever diagnosed or attempted to treat somebody on the YouTubes?
No.
Then what the fuck difference does it make?
Because, Jen, don't you know that Dr.
If you're going to
B-
be reasonable, Mama Bear, I'm going to have to
Whoa.
leave because I can't be reasonable right now. I'm totally kidding. Go ahead. Because why?
This is what they said a couple weeks ago. But she could go on and offer somebody mental health advice, and then that person could kill themselves, and then that would be on her. What?
Yeah, it makes
What?
no sense.
Okay.
Oh my
Let
God,
me
who did
say
that?
Allie did it. Okay.
Okay, does Lana want to come up or something? Is that a sign?
I don't know. Let me just say this, okay? Like I've been
That was pretty
talking
good.
it clearly in the chats over here, as you can see in the thumbnail where it's, again, I like to remind people in all caps, the worst.
Oh, hold on. Let me find it. Because I can
Okay.
put
Right
it like yeah.
We don't need to see my big head though.
Why? Oh gosh.
Because you know
I
how
uploaded the
self-conscious
wrong
I
one.
am. It's
Never mind.
Oh.
I have to remove us. Or yeah, I don't know.
remove. Please, I don't want to be removed.
Oh man.
I don't want to have to sit at the removed table.
But we have the best coffee and donuts over here.
We do. The best snacks in town. Here's the
Yes.
thing. Like, I've been talking to you guys for a long time now, and I am crazy, okay? And never, ever once has Dr. B ever diagnosed me as crazy or even tried to break down my specific brand of crazy. So that argument is redonkulous. It passed
Hello.
ridiculous a long time ago. We're escalated to the redonkulous now, okay? What's up, Lana? What?
Did I do okay?
Oh God, you guys have me rolling. I'm gonna be right back, baby.
Don't you
ladies.
dare.
I know. I'm getting yelled at every day by my 5-year-old. I love it.
It
My
gets
little
better.
guy's almost 5.
Wait
hiding
till
in
he
my
expands his vocabulary and he can argue his way out of punishment.
Hey, hold on.
Wait.
Stop the
This was
press.
hilarious. I literally come
Donde
in.
está Melissa Jade?
I literally
Did
come
you see
in
her
and I was
comment?
like, what am I listening to? All I hear is this fucking bitch. And whoa.
Oh, I was pissed. I was pissed.
I
So-
thought
Dr.
maybe
B ain't
Natasha
trying to
was
play
on.
with these people.
What are you
Oh,
guys
look.
talking about today?
Look, inadvertently, Melissa Jade is covering up Lana. Let me remove that. Okay, here we go. Not to make it awkward or anything.
Face to face, it's all good.
I mean, this is the deal, Anna. You know that Watts Island is just bananas all day, every day, for no reason and every reason. And
Actually, there is a reason.
we'll get
Oh.
there.
Shall we continue? Well,
the one that's
See,
so
Lana, this
vigilant
is
about
what I
protect-
just want to tell you. Listen, you've got to save a little for the second date, babe. You can't be
Yes.
just throwing it all out there on date one, okay? You got to make them wait a little bit. Let them beg a little, okay?
Oh shit! I feel like
Slow
I've
your
been.
roll.
Well, actually, I mean, I feel like I've been living a date one since February 27th when I touched down in Colorado. So,
yeah, that's because none of y'all wanted to listen to us OGs.
I didn't
'Cause
even
we were
know
like,
you
don't do it, girl.
existed.
Don't do it, girl. Don't do it, girl. Don't do it, girl.
Well, so what is this? Are you guys going back? Like, what are we
Oh,
doing?
hell no. Look, my seventh sister, aka me, is here.
Is that not your mama?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Can we all talk at the same time?
Yeah,
Mama
ready?
Bear,
Blah, 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 blah.
unmute that
Just-
mic, Mama Bear.
Jen Lou.
Or I forgot. I was muted.
Okay, are we all happy now?
So yeah, are we all the same person still?
Are we?
Am
I don't
I?
know because I've
I
always
don't know.
been.
Am I?
Is this really happening in real life, or is this like a Shutter Island situation and I'm really in the day room?
I mean, if we're in Watts Island, I guess we can be in Myself Island too.
Wait, so people all think we're the same person?
People think that Not Your Mama, Dr. B, and Mama Bear are all the same person.
No, I'm not.
Everybody
And also,
knows.
I'm only Sandra. I'm
Nobody.
only Sandra, not Dr. B, but they're the same people, but I'm not.
Right.
Oh, and
sometimes Mama Bear is sometimes, along with 86 other people.
yes, and apparently, like I must be like the YouTube version of a cat lady, because everyone knows that I'm single apparently, or so they think. Haha. So they just attribute everyone to be my sister. Like every female on YouTube is my sister. So I have like 66 sisters. You know.
I mean,
You know what I call that? I call that paranoia.
Yeah.
Well, I have
Well-
35 victims, so it's all good, I guess.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like these people just like manufacture. Okay, manufacture these people, right?
Yeah.
Let's keep listening, Lana, because you're gonna like this.
Okay, I'm listening.
protect.
This is where the PDF shit like this, because this actually when you were doing your whiteboard or whatever, like I was like on top of it. I was like, yep, she got that correct. Yep, that's correct. I was like, all right, yeah, she knows, she got it. But you know, there's some gaps that you had, and maybe this can fill them.
Protecting people, right? Look at. Accusing someone is a crime is automatic defamation, and he's guilty of negligent. Like, bitch, please, I can't even read this shit. Okay, but then she goes on from all her like righteousness and entitlement. Fucking gypsy wretch. For fuck's sake, where's your pride? She has none. You're right, Samantha. I don't.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was super
I don't even know who
dramatic.
this is, but she's late on reading this. I've been
Super
playing
dramatic.
catch up, lady. Got behind with all of my reading. This is awesome as always. I am so glad you used the word gypsy when talking about Dr. Fake. I have wrote it so many times in my comments and always went back to delete it. She reminds me of a gypsy and how they con anyone they can. They're the biggest crooks anyone would ever meet. And when you interfere with their scam, they are, I can't even like, okay, when you interfere with their scam, they are running. They get very angry to the point they will cause any harm they can to that person. Everyone in that area of town looks down on them like the low down pieces of shit they are, not because of who they are, but because of their actions. Honestly, I've never met a damn gypsy that wasn't after money, trying to con someone out of their hard earned money. Hell, I just watched an old episode of All in the Family with Archie Bunker. He even said it in one of his episodes. You gotta watch out for those gypsies. LOL. Then we have Carol Cox. Like at this point,
I don't think that quoting Archie Bunker in 2000 anytime is a good idea.
I don't even
Okay.
know. I don't even get that reference. Like I'm not American. You know, I wasn't born here, so a lot of the like references I don't get. Like I think I'm like pretty well versed, but not like trivia versed, Lana. You know what I mean? Like I would have to Google and check on stuff because I'm a gypsy. Huh. So
Can we address that though? The whole citizenship thing?
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Because this is recently.
Yeah, like the other day.
Yeah. It was said that Sandra and Natasha and their family are not U.S. citizens. Let that sink in. Somebody on the internet told another person that they are not a citizen of their country.
And
it wasn't another person. It's an entire platform.
Yeah, and
platforms
not
out
only
there.
not only that, but she said something along the lines of, "Oh, she was responding to chat saying like, I don't know how she works here, like, or something like that, like."
Like, do you pay my bills, bitch?
I was wondering,
like, do you pay them? No, so sit the fuck down.
You guys know a lot of
Okay,
people.
Mama.
Do you guys know a Michaela Robinson?
No, I don't.
No.
I just been getting hate mail from Michaela Robinson.
Well, it's probably an alt, but if you if we dig, we'll probably
Robinson. Get out of here with that.
Okay, just curious. She lives in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
I don't know her.
Okay. Maybe we could do some spirit boxes and find her. I'm just kidding.
Oh shit, I got distracted.
Who was
All right, let's.
Wanted to ask you about that. If you knew. Oh, do you know somebody? Emma Grant, Michelle. She has like 5 alts.
I'm not good with like names right now. I'd have to check my pictures.
I mean, Lana,
hold on.
I just told you that I don't know if this
Lana's
is happening.
like, okay, let's get down to business. Like,
yes.
Girl.
Knowing these crazies because like they need to take some meds or something. I mean, I don't know what's
but
wrong.
it's important. It's important.
It
It's
is.
important to see where all of this came from because there's still people out there who continue to perpetuate this rumor or whatever you call this about me, and
what's
as
the
a
rumor?
result, that I'm fake, that I'm completely made up, and that I have 66 sisters, and I was in the Nazis and trafficked children.
Yeah,
that's the rumor.
I mean, do these? So I take it as like these are housewives that don't have jobs, their husbands work.
No, it's worse.
Who are these people?
People that
keep
could
watching.
People
keep
that
watching.
could be sat for a jury. Those kind of people.
Yeah,
right.
A potential jury pool. That's what's that. Let me just say this. That's what's scary to me.
Yeah, no, it is. But I don't understand.
This is the education. This is the level of education that we're dealing with when you're behind the veil of anonymity on the internet, and you have the ability to hide behind a screen name. You know, it's easy to pick someone apart and hide behind whatever it is, your platform, your friends, your group. Like that group mentality, that mob mentality is the same exact thing that is currently tearing that very truth community apart. Because this group right there that I'm addressing, that was when they were kicked out of honor, and they were kicked out of honor after this. That's when they became the quote truth group or whatever. And after that, like, I stopped paying attention to them, because at this point I got it out of my system and I moved on. And I was open to conversations. I always was. And it's like Netflix happened, and now all of a sudden, like, there's all these new creators, like, and that's great. Like, I love seeing conversations happening. I love seeing, like, people that do research and discuss cases and everything. But it's like you blink and all of a sudden we're right back at zero. You have the Ruseks again posting videos about Armchair Detective. You have the Watts fucking popping up in people's chats. Like,
Well,
what the fuck is going on?
well, that's actually never happened. That's your girl
Well,
KK. KK
it's
taught her how to, how to
yes.
in live chat. And we were just like, but that's all been taken care of, and I don't think I'll be seeing that anymore.
Well, that's what I mean. But this is part of that history. Like, this is what I'm talking about when I say it's repeating itself. You can take out my name and pretend like it's any other creator that you've seen in the last couple of years or months, years, whatever, being harassed. Take out Dr. B and insert Melissa Jade. Insert Alex, whatever her name is. Insert Lana Lunatic. Whatever name that people make up or whatever. So that's what I mean. Like, think about it that way. Like, this is not an attack at one particular person. It is a mentality. And unless we address the mentality, like, you can't exile people, because that's not gonna bring anything. Like, okay, let me shut up.
No, but I agree with the whole mom mentality. Absolutely. Like, but someone said that, is Lana on what side or something like that? No, I'm a switch hitter always and every day, but I didn't switch sides. I don't know what that means, but
yeah, there's no side. Like, look, I'm not keeping track of sides. I don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, I look at people as human beings. I had very strong opinions about you, Lana. When you first came in like a wrecking ball, like, we weren't ready for that. Like, what the hell? We were just having whiplash from KK, and then you bombard in all naive, not knowing what the hell's going on, and we're just like, no. So
I was trying to bring this. I was trying to bring it, like, just some logic and reasoning to the world.
No, girl, you can't come into this with logic and reason. Do you see what we're dealing with? That's
definitely see it. I definitely see it. Full. It makes
Jen Lou has some wisdoms.
You got to understand the inner workings and how people have been connected, are still connected, want to be connected.
That's the
think
keyword.
They're connected. All the things. Like, it's a lot of moving parts. And you have to, I always say this, the devil is in the details. Whenever you're dealing with human beings, be that YouTube or true crime, in any situation, real life, the devil is always in the details. It's not always what somebody says, it's how they say it, but most importantly, it's what they don't say. However, there are people who tell you exactly what they're about. And because everyone is so eager to hear what it is that they're saying, they miss that. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
They missed.
People show you every day who they are. And there are some people that are even more upfront about it in the words that they use. And they tell you exactly what their intentions are. But a lot of people miss it.
Yeah.
For example, if somebody tells you and they're on your panel, and they tell you to your face and to your entire chat that their priority is to something very specific, believe them. If that's their priority and that's their loyalty, then guess what? Their loyalty and priority is not to you or to anybody else. So watch that person. It's not necessarily a bad thing. You just should pay attention. People tell you exactly who they are. I tell people every day exactly who I am.
Who am I?
It's literally the worst. Oh, Lana Banana. I think you're incredibly intelligent. And I think that I admire you for wanting to help in a situation that you thought was wrong. I am not going to, look, you see it your way and I see it my way. But I admire that. The very first case I ever investigated was to what I believe still to this day, or wrongfully convicted. Those are my favorite cases. I always want to stand up for somebody who has been wrongly convicted because it's our justice system and it matters.
Yes.
Where I think that you went awry is underestimating the impact that this case or that the YouTube has on this case. It is very much a background player, but it is a player and you have to deal with it. And I just don't think, I think that.
That's why I'm off Watts Island.
Good for you. I think that trying to get Chris Watts a 35C, as admirable as it is, I think it's a waste of your time, energy, and your intelligence. I think that you could help people who are more deserving, and that's just the truth.
And I can't say that I disagree with that. Like, no, I mean, I'm being serious. I can't say that I disagree with that. I can only say that I did what I said I would do, and people have to do, if they want something in life, they have to do it themselves, even with somebody helping. So here, I did you the best that you're ever going to get as far as attorneys go. And then it was in your court. It's not my 35C. You know what I mean? And then I even actually overextended myself by trying to help the family figure out a way to finance that. Something that was not part of the plan. But that's just me to be like, all right, we'll find a solution. Here's a problem. I'm more like, okay, well, what's the solution? And to be honest, looking back at it, if I was to do it all over again, I would have just started a YouTube channel and said, watch this. It's going to be members only, and everything's going to, funnel through that thing. And it's, it's $10 per member, period. And because I was blown away at the fact when someone's trying to do something that's like, quote unquote, legit, like, here's a website, here's, all your facts, all this. And then to be able to swing it into, I'm scamming. Well, I think YouTube's a fucking scam. You know what I mean? Like, but they'd rather put their money into super chats and memberships. Well, then that's the one thing that I would have done differently. Because now, each month, the Watts family, nor Chris, nor Jamie, nor anybody over there, I pay the $350 a month that it cost me to run that website because my name's attached to that. My credit's on that. The hosting.
Well, here's the thing, Lana. Here's the thing for me. I hate when people throw that word around as well, because I don't consider myself a creator, even though I love experimenting. I'm not like a one-trick pony,
I love that word.
Yeah, I like to do different things. I like to communicate in different ways, different methods. I like to communicate verbally. I like to communicate visually, musically, emotionally, and on various levels. And so that's why I like YouTube, and I like to express myself using YouTube, especially when it comes to important issues that I find important and need to be discussed. Like, that's my way of spreading awareness.
Absolutely.
And
that's 100%. I agree with awareness.
And that's,
you have that ability to do that with YouTube. 100%.
Yes, that's my goal. And so it really annoys me because I see it from a perspective of also a consumer of creators, because I'm subscribed. I'm a Patreon to different channels. I, follow different creators. I super chat. Like, I enjoy that part of the interaction on YouTube. So it's like people. It takes a lot of time and energy to deal with this. Like, do you see what the hell people go through just because they naively go on YouTube thinking that they can just express themselves
Yeah.
and how they feel and think? This should not be a consequence of me making a channel to talk about what I noticed in a freaking murder case.
100%. It's insane.
And
it's
it's like,
literally crazy.
so that's the whole point of that. Like, I hate that word scam. Like, it's not a
Yeah.
scam. Like, it's an option on YouTube. Like,
Yeah.
how is it a scam? Like,
It-
it should be. Like, hours of people put hours of work into this, and they say, I hear people say, I'm never gonna monetize my channel
Yeah.
because I respect. Like, that's dumb to me.
Yeah, that is.
You spend hours of
what? I
your
have a
life
question.
on.
I have a question about that, because I legit was in a room with Jay for Justice and Kelly and Ronnie, and we're all sitting there, and I'm like, okay, well, how do you guys plan on coming up with $150,000? If the Watts put down 50,000, I can maneuver things with the lawyers to make it so that you don't have to have that all at once to do like a payment plan. But it's going to have to be over like the next 3 to possibly max of 6 months. But that money needs to be there. So what's the plan? And not once, like, Jennifer, who is a YouTube creator, has a channel, never once said, Lana, why don't you start a YouTube channel and do the members? I mean,
Nuts.
that wasn't even, because like I said, I wasn't a YouTuber, and to say like, hey, YouTube isn't bad. YouTube is this. This is what you can get out of. You know what I mean? Like, that was never once even mentioned. And just looking back at things, it's like, well, yeah, I know why it wasn't mentioned.
I encourage my girls, because we spend hours on the phone, and our conversations like are so deep, and they're so like important, because like I'd be insane if I had to deal with this on my own. And I encourage them like to express themselves. Like, I will always stand for that. Like, I guess I didn't come into this looking at this as a business, although looking at YouTube as a business doesn't necessarily mean I get to like treat people like shit and, use it as a justification. No, it means like I can use it responsibly.
Amen to that
And
word,
if you feel the need that you have to use your platform where you mock not only other people who are out here just doing the same shit that you're motherfucking doing. Sorry for cussing.
No, say it.
It's like, why? Just be responsible. If you're here talking about true crime, talk about true crime. Look at this Kurt Cobain case. Lana, get your head and help us over here. But no, you don't get to call the shots. I do.
I don't want to call any shots. I'll look at some stuff for you. I'm enjoying not calling shots. Yeah,
no, not here. This is my baby, because
you guys are
we
doing
definitely
great
need brains. We need brains.
Something that I brought up to
see, this is the thing. Look at Mirza's comment. Ciao, Mirza. Kakosi. By the way, Mirza, this is so beautiful. This is what the beautiful part about YouTube. Check this out. So I got off Watts Island, and I'm completely immersed in Kurt Cobain, because that is a case that is just what's the word when your spine, whatever, chills. Anyways, so Mirza came up in the chat, and I asked him, like, Mirza, your name is similar to my mother's. Well, turns out not only are we from the same country, but he was born in the same town where like my grandmother was born. Isn't that insane? Like on YouTube. On YouTube. Do you know how many billions of people are on this platform? And I meet Mirza
And she's
from
from
Bosnia. It's a
really?
man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or he's from okay.
Yeah. From Bosnia.
See how biased I already was because 96% of the true crime community is women.
Well, he was a part of the Kurt Cobain community.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I mean, I've never thought that Kurt Cobain killed himself, but wasn't it
Girl,
with a
there's
shotgun?
listen, forget the shotgun. There's a current case right now. Have you heard about our boy Silva? You haven't. Let me catch you up. Kurt Cobain's daughter is was married at one point. She was divorced. In the meantime, as her wedding gift, she gave Isaiah Silva, I call him Silva.
Okay.
She gave him Kurt Cobain's guitar that he used in MTV's Unplugged, and she said,
That's a pretty nice gift.
Yeah, she said, since my father's not here, I know that he would want you to have this so that you know that he is here. Like, it was the sweetest thing ever. And what happens? Crazy Courtney is running around Los Angeles with her group of Rottweilers, hunting down her daughter, getting her hooked on Xanax, and then proceeding to send this gang of Rottweilers, Sam Lutfi being one of them, who is, by the way, also involved in the Britney Spears conservatorship, which, if you check out their Twitters, Sam Lutfi and Courtney Loves, you'll see them bitching and whining about, oh, free Britney, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, sit down, Courtney, please sit down. So
didn't Luffy make a post about Cindy?
Oh, he definitely did, 100%. I'll find it, but yeah. So how did I get on this topic? Yes, we need brains.
I love it. We were talking about Kurt Cobain, and I talked about the shotgun. And then you talked about Silva getting the guitar.
Yes. So, long story short,
see, I do pay attention.
Yeah, because so they were getting a divorce, and Courtney basically, like, Frances didn't even ask for the guitar back, right? As part of the whatever. But of course, Courtney saw dollar signs, you know what I'm saying? Hustle, because that's been her thing, like, since she was born, literally. Well, let me not say since she was born, because I did actually speak with her father, and he did pinpoint a time when it flipped for her, but I can't remember off the top of my head now, so I won't say. But yes, from a very young age, she was a hustler. So don't tell me that all of a sudden Frances had a change of heart and wanted to yank that guitar back. No, so Silva stood his ground, and it was going to be decided in court. Well, Courtney didn't like that. So what she did is she arranged and conspired with a Sam Lutfi, a Ross Butler, a Jan Yachtman, Mark Gaines, who's also an attorney that represents her, and who's also now a defendant in a civil suit brought forward by Mr. Isaiah Silva. And the suit alleges kidnapping, robbery, attempted murder, among other charges. The evidence that was introduced in the civil suit includes receipts, like screenshots of Courtney Love conspiring with Sam Lutfi to get Frances Bean Cobain to use drugs. Sam Lutfi weasels his way into Frances Bean Cobain's life, gets her hooked on the pills. They call them Cookie, refer to them as cookies and whatever. She uses Sam Lutfi and Ross Butler, the actor, as the drug mules for them, between them. Within a matter of months, Frances is on God knows how many bars of Xanax, and she overdoses twice, near death, like ambulance call. Silva is actually the one who revived her or was there for her both times. And then conveniently, there's a note from Frances Bean expressing that she's suicidal and wants to end it all.
Wow.
And then not only that, when that didn't work out, the next thing was Frances all of a sudden just poof, was gone. She just up and left after he asked her to get clean. And she did, and then she relapsed, and she did, and she relapsed, and so on and so forth. So all of a sudden, she was just gone. She up and left. And now, next thing you know, Isaiah is texting his friend that he's suicidal. Like, what the hell? And in the lawsuit, he clearly says, like, I did not send those messages, and they can prove that it was through an iCloud. So this, not only did she have her little runners like go into his, iCloud and manipulate his messages, but then she also, we have Sam Lutfi on recording that I've played in my previous videos, where he says that he's bugged the house, like he's bugged the house for 9 months to get enough dirt for Frances's divorce suit. And he said, we bugged your house. That's how we were able to get Frances away from you. He says it on a recorded phone call, during which, by the way, he was threatening Isaiah Silva's baby mama with doom if they don't hand it, whatever. So you see you catch my drift yet? Because conveniently, if you,
I'm laying down what you're throwing at me.
yeah, if you compare, what happened with Kurt Cobain with what we know, like, and I'm not talking about, people want to say, oh, conspiracy, blah, blah, blah.
History repeats itself all the time.
Look, I'm just saying, I'm not even saying look at the conspiracies. I'm not saying that. You don't even need to like look farther than just the police reports. Because here's one thing that you need to know. All the crooked cops that were involved in Kurt Cobain's case back in 1994 never dreamed in a million years that the shit that they had going on between them would be made public. Because Courtney made that clear. And thanks to like grassroots people who are passionate about this, and they put pressure enough on the courts and the police that essentially they did do like a document dump in 2014, 2015, 2014, recently, relatively recently. And now when you look at it,
do you have all that stuff?
Yeah.
Of course she does. Have you met Dr.
Just
B?
making
She
sure.
has 11
I already
billion
had-
tabs
I wouldn't be
open
doing
at
my
all
job if I didn't
times.
ask that question.
I already have the spreadsheets, binders, everything.
You got your binders ready, girl?
Oh yes, I got an office space full of. I rented an office space for this, girl. Like, I'm
She's not playing.
There we go.
I'm
That's
not
what
playing.
That's what I like to see.
And this is an
I'll in or
example
all
of
out.
this is an example of the good the internet can do, right? Like now we have access to things we never had access to before
Mm-hmm.
at our fingertips. And what are we using it for?
Stupid
To
shit.
throw to be assholes to one another and find
Yeah.
out
Be cruel.
what you were doing, who sat next to you on the bus in 3rd grade.
Mm-hmm.
And if you took too many snacks from the snack tray. It's ridiculous. This is not what this community is intended
and
to be
looking up
for.
your kids and shit like that.
Correct. It's annoying to me. I have very little okay.
Oh no,
Look,
Sandra.
everybody knows that all the shit talking goes down in the PMs. That's what they're there for. Okay? People say things. I might have thought somebody was an asshole on January 5th, 2020. I may still feel that they're an asshole today, but likely I probably don't. It was just that day. But to take a screenshot of that and to use it as if I feel the same way about look what she said 10 years ago. Not even the same person I was 10 years ago at all. Like I've grown up, I've matured, things have changed. My opinion, I don't even feel the same way about the West Memphis 3 case today as I did 20 years ago when I first started researching it. I have a whole different, my fundamentals haven't changed, but my perspectives on a lot of the things that were happening during the investigation has changed. It's called growing and evolving.
Did you say the West Memphis 3?
I did. And if you say the name, and I know you're going to say it because please don't say his name to me. I can't take it.
I wasn't going to say anybody's name. I'm just going to say I did a lot of research on that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rochelle.
But
Thank you.
yeah, that
It's
case,
a fascinating case.
yeah, I did like I
See
probably
you
did
in
like
court.
Probably close to 6 months worth of research on that case.
And
On the West Memphis 3 case?
Yeah, probably back in like
Lana,
but
go to
did
my
you know
channel.
that Jen Lou has an entire channel dedicated to West Memphis 3?
yeah, I'm gonna have to email you.
Girl, you're sliding in all kinds of DMs, but you
Right?
Actually, I don't slide into anybody's DMs. They slide into mine. I just
Oh,
respond.
come on, Lana.
kidding.
You know you've done a slide into a DM a time or two. Don't play with us, Lana.
Actually, every receipt I've ever shown, I'm always being hollered at first.
I'm just
I actually want to show a piece of like artwork
Maybe
that
just for
was
you, girl. Maybe I'll make an exception.
that was done by one of our squads. Look at that. The analyst. I don't know if she's still in chat, but isn't this beautiful? Oh, hold on. Let me. Thank you so much,
I like
Rochelle. Yeah, I like it too. And like I was just so surprised and it was great. So yeah,
that's so sweet.
I know.
I love it.
I'm gonna incorporate it somewhere. Thank you so much, the analyst.
Thank you. Thank you, analyst. I like that so much. I'm not really good with being gushy. I really do like it though. I'm not good at expressing things like that.
West Memphis 3.
Just
Jen
one.
is like, I can't.
And that just the one, and that was it, Lana.
Just one question. Just one
Go
question.
ahead. Just one. Go ahead.
When do you believe the boys were killed?
If I hear Tuesday, I'm gonna snap. Can I say my thoughts so far? And I'm like not as well versed as Jen. Jen has been on the case for over how many years? 20? Over 20 years. So that's a deep question for her. But me, I'm a platonic friend, as Jim would say, or NK would say. So for me, as of right now, where I'm at with what I know, I would say that the boys were placed there. Like that wasn't the scene.
Okay.
This is the problem. I cannot say with any degree of certainty, not even 1% of certainty, about their time of death. And this is the reason. Because it all goes back to the autopsies. And if you read the autopsies, they were so, I don't want to use the word poorly done because that's not completely accurate. Okay. But they're missing a lot of very important and integral information that would lead to the determination of an approximate time of death. You know, because every time of death, unless it's in a hospital or there's video footage of it, it's approximate. They're guessing within a certain amount of hours. Yep. And in my opinion, there were things that were not done during those autopsies that would make it that lead me to be able to say when when I believe that they died, because the medical examiner, he says one time in one trial and he says another time in another trial, and he was there at doing the autopsies. So I'm not a doctor. I do not believe for 1 second that the crime scene where the boys were found is anything other than where their bodies were. I do not
Like a
believe
dump
that's
site?
where yes, I do not believe that's where they were killed. No, I don't.
What about the bikes being there, or like being off to the side by the what do you
The
call it?
pipe bridge.
Yeah.
The thing about where those woods are located is that they are okay. So there's two ways that you can
Mhm.
enter, main ways that you can enter those woods. Okay, where the bodies were found. The first is the neighborhood side at the dead end on
The
it's
street. Yeah.
either Kate or Macaulay. I can't
Yeah.
remember right now. Okay, that's where the kids come in, right? But the woods also, if you actually look at the aerial view, there's also homes that back up to those woods. But for the kids, that's where they would go in at, from the neighborhood side. And then you could also come in on the other side of the pipe bridge from the Blue Beacon truck wash. Although that's a dangerous way to go, because that embankment coming off the parking lot is kind of steep. But you could do it. It's not impossible. But you sure couldn't do it with carrying a body, not even a kid. So I think the reason that the bikes were found there is because it was an attempt to make it appear as if that's where the crime took place. And I think it was convenient.
So just like the bodies were placed over there, the bikes were as well, right?
Correct.
Because
I think
either like the crime happened there, and that all happened because they were down there with the bikes, or if the bodies were placed, then the bikes had to be placed too. You know what I mean?
well, let's think about this. Who hides a body? If you're a stranger, right, and you're committing a murder, typically, especially with kids, they're not hidden. They're left out in plain sight. Does it happen other ways? Yes. But typically speaking, statistically speaking, the only reason to conceal a body is because, and especially to put it into water, is because you're hoping that any evidence that you left behind would be washed away. And they didn't want those kids never to be found because that creek is shallow and the water wasn't even moving. It was stagnant. This was convenience. 3 teenagers don't need to do all of that. They have absolutely no ties to those kids. They didn't
Agree.
know those children. So why would they need to hide them? They
No,
wouldn't.
they wouldn't. And also, I mean, my theory is on it is that one kid was like, the other two were basically because they saw something that they shouldn't have, type thing.
Like collateral damage,
Yes.
witnesses.
Yep.
I can say that. So the whole point is if you take all of it together and you look at everything, it starts with the medical examiner, because how can you know who potentially to be looking at if you don't know what happened? And the truth of the matter is, I never understood why they ever thought that there was a knife used as a weapon. There are no cutting marks on those boys. There are no stab wounds. When
I
they did
agree.
the external examination, there are wounds. When they did the internal examination, there are no wounds. So why would anybody, what are they, just poking them with the knife? That makes no sense. They all have skull fractures.
Yeah, like
So
100%.
And I know that the case is almost 30 years old, but and I know that legally, okay, because Jesse, Jason, and Damien took an Alford plea, legally they are guilty. Okay, I understand that, but I don't think for 1 second the state of Arkansas would let 3 child killers go because they were afraid of some dream team of attorneys. That's ridiculous. They have the home court advantage. They got him convicted by 24 jurors, 2 separate trials, 12 jurors each. And there are jurors that, after everything has come out, that have gone on to give interviews that said that despite everything, they still think they're guilty. So they could have, if they're as guilty as as people want me to believe, then why didn't they go for the retrial? even with the people that recanted their testimony, like Vicky Hutchison and Michael Carson, which, okay, and
Why take the alpha plea versus going through the retrial and just being exonerated?
well, I
would
know
do it because
why.
it's a guarantee to get out, but that's
Well,
just
I
me.
know why they did it. What I'm saying is, why would the state of Arkansas take the, give them the Alford plea if they really believed that they were guilty? Why would you let 3 child murderers out of prison? Because I've heard people have actually said to me that the reason the state of Arkansas did that is because they were afraid to go up against a dream team of attorneys.
Well, how about this? How about what parents let that even happen? If I believe
Correct.
that those people did that to my child, there's no way I'm letting you do an Alford plea.
I mean, the most vocal of all of the parents died believing that Damien, Jason, and Jesse were innocent.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, he was not always on their side. I mean, he was the one. John Mark Byers was in every single documentary made, and particularly in Paradise Lost 1 and 2, he was very vocal about what he believed. And not only he was there when the cameras weren't on, when there were concerts and stuff held to raise funds for them, he would be right out there protesting. He was vocal online about it. But they all were brought into a meeting, they were all talked to, they were all shown the evidence, and it changed his mind. Pam Hobbs, she's waffled, she's gone back and forth. I think she believes they're innocent today. I don't know for sure because she changed. I think she does believe that they're innocent. I'll say that I do believe. But
you know who I always thought was an interesting person in all of it was the sister. The sister I always thought was interesting. And
which sister, babe?
with that day, what's his name? The one with the dark hair. Yes, Jaxie.
Oh, Michael Moore's sister, Dawn.
Yes, her.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought that was an interesting day for her because wasn't she supposed to be watching him?
No, okay, so the movements of the boys after school is a little sketchy, but
total sketch.
Well, particularly Christopher the most. He's the one that was really actually, if you think about it, really missing before he was ever missing. But anyway,
100%.
so Dawn and Michael would wait for their mom to come home after school. I mean, we're talking about maybe 5-10 minutes. Like but I know that Dawn was sent to go get Michael, and she said that she saw some teenagers at the entrance to the woods, and they offered her a shot, which she thought meant like with a needle, but she was just a kid. I'm sure they were talking, if they said it, they said they meant like a shot of alcohol. I highly doubt they were running around with needles. But she didn't see him. And, I think it was a typical day. And that's why everybody's memories are the way that they are, because it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. There were a bunch of kids outside playing that day. It was a nice day outside. It was May in Arkansas, you know? And I don't think there was anything out of the ordinary, which is why I think it wasn't a stranger.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not, what I mean by a stranger is, go ahead.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
It was,
well, I have a background in forensic psychology, so as soon as I started looking or not looking, but just the crime scene itself, like immediately it fits the profile of a sexually motivated crime. So immediately I would look for someone who is, well, first of all, most victims who are victims of sexual crimes are victimized by someone close to them, and in unfortunately like 90% of the cases it's the immediate an immediate family member, and that's where you begin. That's where the investigation begins. That's how it works. That's why we have behavioral sciences in the FBI, so that we can study that victimology. We can study the victim, like who would do something like that. And unfortunately, we don't want history repeating itself. So we have, profiles. So that's where I would begin, and that's where I began with my own kind of like as I go through cases. And I didn't really get any further. Like, I don't know any other witnesses because I'm still stuck. Like,
Well, I mean,
right
as big
there, like
as
inside
big
the
as the
house.
case as big as the case file is, and it is big. There's some. It's got holes in it. I mean, it does. There
Well,
are
the one,
fundamental and integral interviews that I can't. If they were done, they weren't documented well. I mean, why
yeah,
would you record one parent's statement and none of the others? They're just notes.
Makes no sense.
You know, there was no consistency.
exactly.
And I think with regard to what Max 2002 said, and I want to apologize again publicly. I meant to I did type 2002 when I thanked you earlier, but my phone is a jerk and auto-corrected to 2000. Who knows why it does things like that. One time it changed opinion to opioids. Don't ask me why. Anyway, because I don't talk about opioids, so I have no idea why it did that. But anyway, I digress. I think that there is no evidence of anything sexual happening to the boys, but that does not negate a sexual motivation, because I
They were
think
naked.
they were naked, and I think the
That's
intent
it.
I
was
thought there was on one of the kids. I thought that he had on
so
Christopher. I thought there was
the mutilation
yeah, but
that was
they were talking about that could have been from the what was in the water.
turtles, animal predation after the fact.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so I think this is my thing. This is part of the next episode that I'm going to do, so I don't want to give too much away. But there is evidence in the case file that something was going on with Chris and Michael, and it could just be that the reason they were found the way that they were found nude was for two things: one, to destroy evidence, and two, to humiliate them, because perhaps they were caught doing something. I don't know. I'm not but I don't think
Yeah, that's been said.
that they were, there's no
The
evidence that they were.
embarrassment, the humiliation,
Correct.
and then I
Correct.
forget who, but there was a witness or somebody that had alluded to the fact that there was a weird situation with them that happened prior to that. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah,
There's
see, a lot
actually
of people say, there's some people still that it says she believes that it was a premeditated ritual. It could be. Like, at this point, I don't personally believe it. But again, like, if you're looking at it from an investigative point, before I jump to a satanic ritual, I have to first rule out the first step. The first step is ruling out the family members, and that didn't happen. So that's my
Correct.
problem. Like, I
Just the
can't
inconsistency
go
on how
to
they were all
Satanism. I can't go to Satanism until I'm convinced 100% that none of the parents, quote unquote, none of, that no
Right.
one in the family or the friends or the immediate circle around these kids didn't have anything to do with it before
Correct.
I jump to a stranger. Because stranger attacks, especially stranger sexual attacks, especially satanic ritual attacks, are way too rare to jump to from the jump, if you know what I
Correct.
mean.
Literally.
So
the next day.
Yeah, so it's definitely, there's a problem, a huge problem in this case.
Yes.
So that's
there is.
why I don't lean in any particular way. I'm still stuck on, wait, like, I can't go on until we rule this out. And I have, to the best of my ability, looked at what is out there. And I do have my beliefs, but I'm holding back because I'm following along with Jen Lu, because she's breaking it down. So she's breaking down the discovery on her channel, quote unquote. So that's what I'm following and learning along with you guys.
And I had intended to go one way with the next episode, and then I started thinking about it, and then I was like, no. And so I changed. So all the work that I did for the when I changed my mind, I had to put away and then start. So I'll be done shortly.
Well,
Shortly,
duality
it is what it
reality
is.
says that Damien is into the occult to this day. And I did skim through what is that called? Exhibit 500 or whatever.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yes, I did skim through Exhibit 500, which is Damien's mental health assessment and throughout the criminal justice system and mental health institutions and whatnot.
Hmm.
And his history definitely is alarming, like
It is.
very alarming. So I can see why he was chosen as a suspect. But again, I would not go to a ritual before going to like like 9 times out of 10 it's someone in the family. So why would I even go and like go out of my way to make it so that it fits, so that this kid that I had I don't know.
This is my issue. I think that people who believe that the West Memphis Three are guilty, and legally they are, okay, are labor under the impression that everybody who thinks that they're not guilty thinks the same way and thinks it for the same reason. I have always, all the way back to 2002, have understood why the police had their eye on Damien Eccles. Okay, I'm not.
Mhm.
He was not a saint. He pulled some shenanigans. He did have some red flags. I've never denied that, and I will never deny that because it's not. It's the truth. He did absolutely 100%. Okay, that being said, and I'm not saying that the West Memphis Three didn't look at other suspects. I think basically what happened, this is just my opinion, is um, I think there was a lack of good suspects generated from this um, investigation from the very beginning. And a lot of the reason that I think that occurred again is you have to go back to what the investigators were told happened in the autopsies. That's where they start. That's where not where the whole investigation starts. But how can you know who did something if you don't know what happened? That is a huge part. That is a huge issue in this case. It was mishandled from the very, very beginning with the autopsy. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you preserve evidence and you don't like let the public know, how somebody died or like, this, that, or the other. You're trying to like keep it, in house, so that when you're actually interviewing people, you can kind of, well, how did they know that they were shot? We didn't tell anybody that they were shot, type of
Correct.
thing. But if you don't know really like you're saying, I think that's what you mean by that.
Well, yeah, some of the results of the autopsy, this is what I personally believe. I think that a lot of the injuries to the boys were interpreted wrong, and that's just my opinion. And I will also say that.
Did they ever say how long they thought the boys, not how long, like when they were dead, but how long they were submerged in water? Did that ever come out? I can't remember. Did they ever talk about
Yes,
that?
they did, because they talked about the washerwoman wrinkling on their hands. And but now, like off the top of my head, I can't. Like, I do know a lot about the case. I don't know
Yeah.
everything about the case, and I don't always have total recall, especially if I am going into a live thinking we're going to talk about one thing, and then
I
this
know.
comes
I
up.
just totally
It's
messed
hard
you up
for
with
me
like,
to.
I have a question about the West Memphis Three.
Oh well, listen. You didn't mess
Leave it
me up,
to
babe.
Lana. No.
Here she goes, just wrecking the joint again.
Yep,
Can't take her anywhere.
That's what I'm good for.
I mean, I love discussing the case, and I also don't want I don't want anybody to misinterpret what I'm saying. I don't want an echo chamber on my channel. If you disagree with me, please disagree with me. But listen, don't call me stupid. I am
Yeah,
far
be
from stupid.
respectful.
Don't be insulting to me. We can debate all day long. I don't have a problem with that, and I'm not going to be disrespectful to you. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to be called a defender of 3 child murdering bastards. Okay, I'm
Oh
tired of that. I've
God.
been called that
Yeah.
from Easy Board. It's like one of those things. I don't need it. I'm not. I would never do that. I've looked
That's
at it.
ridiculous.
I did not base my opinion on any documentary. I will tell you how it happened. I watched Paradise Lost for the first time. Okay. I didn't actually think it was a legitimate documentary. I thought it was a parody, to be perfectly frank. And then several years later, like 2002, I rewatched it. And then I went to the internet and I was monkeying around on the internet. Nothing West Memphis 3 related at all. I was actually stumbled on a website that tells you what prisoners had as their last meal, which was fascinating to me. So then I was like, oh, I wonder if Damien Eccles, I wonder if he's listed. So I looked him up, and then I started seeing all of the, I saw the westmemphis3.org. That was the first website that had case documents. And I started to read the documents, and I started to think, maybe there are some things I don't know about this case. And I read a ton. I read everything that was out there, and in that moment, because there's still, there was a lot more added after the fact over time. But anyway, I read everything that was available at that time, and I still hadn't come to a conclusion. It took me a long time to say, I don't think this happened the way that they're saying that it happened. I still don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the right people were ever arrested, so I'm in that bunch that, I mean, yeah, legally they're guilty, but I don't think that they committed the murders.
Duality, reality. Isn't his book called, yeah, I've listened to Gary Meese, and I'm thinking, I think his book is called, isn't it The Case Against the Three? Isn't that what it's called? I think that's the name of I've listened to him, and listen, I think there are good arguments to be made really on both sides. There are I do understand why people feel that the West Memphis 3 are guilty. What I can't get past is why there was never any forensic evidence that tied directly back to them. It was all secondary and tertiary transfer, and I always just thought that was odd. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just very, very rare for an up close and personal murder like this.
Yeah, without
it never
being,
makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Correct. And that's another thing when you talk about like the media. There were some things that were kept from the media, right? But by and large, there were a lot of rumors, but there was a lot of details of the crime that were reported either in the Commercial Appeal, the Arkansas Times-Gazette, or on the local news stations. There were a lot more people other than Jesse Miskelly who had what happened to the boys correct. In fact, Jesse got several details for somebody who initially went in there to give a witness statement. It's the worst witness statement of all time because he got so much of it wrong, including it was wrong, a lot of wrong for somebody who saw it. But there were people that did know what happened to those boys that I think also made good suspects, but we'll get there. So, and Damien didn't do himself any favors. You're 100% right, Cement Shoes. He was smart ass. He was, he didn't.
Well, I'm gonna have to check out your the stuff that you're doing on it.
Please do.
I will.
I would appreciate it. Let me know what you think.
I will. No, I definitely will.
Even if you tell me, listen, Jen, your cheese has slid completely off of your cracker. I will still respect you for saying that.
No.
But maybe it has, and I might need to hear it.
No. Well, I'm gonna get on going. I gotta get my boy to bed here. You ladies are rocking it. Keep going. I'll be listening.
Thanks for joining.
Thanks
thank
for
you for letting me
joining.
come on, guys.
Thanks
Jen,
for your one question.
Check it out. I'll let you know what I think.
Thanks for your one question that got me to go off on a whole ass tangent, Lana.
I knew it would, girl. I knew it. I wanted to hear it. I was here for it.
I'm passionate about that case. All right. Well, thank you.
You can tell. And that's a good thing. I don't think you can go wrong when there's passion behind something. I really don't. So
exactly. Like
all right, ladies. Have a good night, babe.
All right. Peace out.
Bye.
Good night,
Bye.
Lana. Bye. Sorry, you guys. I totally took over. I'm so sorry.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. I kind of like, let me skip Carol Cox because I can't deal with Carol. I don't know. I kind of like, should we go back to this Watts Island stuff?
It's up to you, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
get through it
I
because
say
it's
go for it.
important.
Because if we don't do it tonight, I can come back to it.
True that. True
I
that.
appreciate your honesty,
Not
Mama
to
Bear.
mention,
Ooh, I'm like yelling in the back, all the backgrounds. Okay, so we stopped at the racism. That was a nice break from the toxicity, but let's keep going.
teaming up with British con man Vinicombe. Notice that anytime I'm attacked, Vinicombe is not left out of the mix, right? So really, at the end of the day, the problem here is they don't like the armchair detective for whatever reason, and I'm guilty by association, right? So I said, what exactly am I doing that's illegal and grounds for deportation? FYI, I am a legal citizen and I cannot be deported because 10 people on YouTube have an obsession with me. As much as you'd probably love to see that, I'm sorry to disappoint.
I'm always a smartass when I respond to their comments. Like, seriously, I'm gonna get deported for being on YouTube. Hi, Star Mama. Did you say something, Mama Bear?
No.
Oh, I'm hearing it.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry.
Okay.
Her response, indeed. And then later on in this thread, like I said, there's so much more. I don't even have the patience. So later on, someone's like, you should pay attention to her last name. Like, that's supposed to scare me. Okay. Law enforcement do not take kindly to your falsifying of emails. I refer to Frederick Police Department.
Ugh. Can you just give a quick rundown, Mama Bear, of what this is referring to, in case?
Oh, yeah, hold on here. It is.
The Frederick trip, like the whole police stuff, like.
Yeah, I feel like I've suppressed so much of this crap.
I know.
But yeah, so you reached out to Frederick in regards to getting some of the missing files, and I don't even know. I don't even know what these people were thinking, but they thought that you were going to scam people out of thousands of dollars. Like, I don't know. Well, this person said that they could get this, and that person said it would cost this, and like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, they're comparing emails on different devices, and it was
Yeah,
just so dumb.
it was ridiculous. And what we actually did is there were some questions that we had about, obviously, the case, which, hello, that's the whole problem. The whole problem is people want to stop talking about the case when some of the questions that we have are super simple to answer, like super simple. And we have a huge document dump. And, for the people that say that the discovery is useless, I don't agree. I really don't agree because I think that they did release even like too much. If you ask me, and they did a shitty job of redacting that discovery. And so rather than like
They
spreading
didn't
this
redact anything.
vitriol, yeah, rather
They
than
dot
spreading
minors.
this vitriol on YouTube, like there are some holes here that need to be patched up. That's where some of these concerns should be addressed to. Why wasn't this discovery redacted? Because now you let it out of the box. You can't put it back in. And it's not fair to target specific individuals for exercising their freedom to be on YouTube. Like, what?
Yeah. And it boggles my mind when, I'm just gonna say, the family comes out and says, read the 2,000 pages, read the 2,000 pages.
We
But then
did.
they contradict themselves. They say stuff like Shanann's eyes filled with blood. Well, that's not what the fucking autopsy says. It doesn't say that her eyes filled with blood, but now you're telling me that it is. So which one is it? You're saying that there was hundreds of hairs found in the back seat of the truck. That's not in the discovery.
Oh my God,
You
Lisa
can't.
Avery.
That's
Yeah.
what she said.
I know, sorry. Lisa always gets to me. I can't. She's another one of those that just comes in like a wrecking ball. Always gets me in trouble. Oh man. But yes,
I don't know.
yes,
It's not against the
yeah,
law to
you're
have
right.
questions. Since when is it okay to be attacked because you ask, what time did Nicole Kessinger get to work that morning? That's it.
Mm.
What time did she get there at? I'm not asking you for all your personal private crap. I'm asking you who saw her and when did they see her. And so far, nobody has said that they've seen her. So
Right?
I
And
don't.
it's like, and there's like this self-imposed gag order that we're not asking to trade, secret intelligence.
I'm not asking for the
When did she
contents of
clock
her
in?
bedside table. I'm not asking for you. Yeah. No, I just want to know, when did she clock in? When? I don't know.
So yeah, that's the context for this. So yes, so that was the whole reason that we wanted to go back to Frederick, and the discovery that was released to the public was released through the Weld County District Attorney's Office, and they decided they have a compilation of all of the agencies that worked on the case, and they released whatever I don't know what criteria they use, but they released, whatever they released. So
Mhm.
because Frederick Police Department was the lead agency in the case, they have everything, because the assisting agencies had to turn over any evidence to the Frederick Police. I kind of go into this in this live as well, so we can watch that later if you want. But that's the backstory. So we went to we did a fundraiser for the files from Frederick Police Department. They gave us a quote. We raised that amount. We paid the amount, and out of my pocket and the generosity of our viewers, for example, our hotel, like we didn't even have to pay for it because one of our members had hooked us up with points and like everything, it was an organized group effort for us to try to get these simple questions answered. And the truth channels interfered and interjected with their scamming theories, where all of a sudden, the day that I was supposed to be getting the file on our scheduled day, mind you, I'm like coming out, like I drove out of Illinois to Colorado. We did a road trip. We documented it, got there. The day that we were supposed to pick up the discovery, she tells me, "Oh, sorry, can we do? I know you're coming from far away, but can we reschedule it to Friday instead of whatever day it was?" And
Mhm.
I was telling my sister, like, what if I, wasn't planning on staying the whole weekend? Like, you know what I mean? It was just like, why is this happening? Like, it was just raising so many suspicions. So then finally,
Mhm.
when we did get there, the files that we actually got were not the files that we were told that we would get. And it is, in my opinion, that it's because of these people and what they're doing. They're doing this to Armchair Detective right now. Frank Rusek Sr. posted a video saying that they reached out to some publishing agency. This
Oh my
is
God.
that is not that's why? Because they believe this trash that they're being fed.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, I
But
would
see,
like to say
that's the
something
part.
if I may.
yeah.
Yeah. And then
Okay,
I gotta
I
go pick up on
remember when this happened. Okay, and I remember seeing the email where it said what you were going to get and how excited we all were. And then what you were told you were going to get was not what you actually got. And I remember that very distinctly because I was like, WTF, they lie. You
They
know,
lied.
I couldn't figure, I could not understand because
I was
I was Watts
mm,
adjacent. I was not on the island at that point, and I didn't understand all of the things. But I can tell you that with 100% certainty that the fundraising to get the documents was not any type of scam at all in any way, shape, or form. It is not Dr. B's fault that she was written an email that said this is what you are going to get, included is this, that, and the third, and when they showed up, that wasn't what they got. She's not responsible for that, and
Well,
that
we
does not
we
make her
specifically
recorded.
a
asked
scammer.
them.
That's
I
We
why
know,
we
specifically asked
recorded.
them for certain items
I know you did.
Yes.
I saw the. I remember.
that would
I
have
remember
completely
that.
cleared NK. If NK was innocent,
It would have
why won't you
completely
just
cleared
release
her.
them? If you
Right.
turned over every stone and she is innocent, why won't you give me this one piece of paperwork? If you're going to go through all this that you're doing with all these vigilantes, but
Hmm.
you can't give me one piece of paper that clears her, why?
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'll say it like this. I think that a large part of the reason that are so many questions surrounding this case has less to do with the actual case and more to do with law enforcement's behavior surrounding the case. And
Uh-huh.
that could be for many reasons. It may, I don't think that it's a super crazy, I don't want to say super, I don't want to say it like that. I don't necessarily believe that it's a conspiracy. I don't necessarily think that they're protecting anybody per se. Like, I don't think they're protecting a guilty party, is what I'll say. But their behavior is disconcerting and questionable. And I almost wonder if they're being overly cautious because of another high profile case in Colorado, uh, specifically the John Benet Ramsey case, and the what because so much of the information was available, it became something. It then became difficult to solve the case, and because they didn't handle it correctly, and maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I'm not in their brain. All I can say is that the way that the girls are saying that it went down is the way that it went down. And I don't have any reason to lie because I didn't give a rat's fat kneecap about Watts Island back then. I didn't.
We did it
Yeah.
as transparent as we could. I don't even know what they want us to say. All of you
Literally.
bitches didn't even donate, so they
I've
can.
seen, yeah. You guys were more transparent than I've seen other people be, but many other people with fundraising.
Yeah, I knew what I was getting myself into, and I made sure that everybody who even, considered donating did so with informed consent, meaning they know exactly what they're doing and how to find out where to track it, how to track it. We posted regularly video updates. People knew everything. Like, I don't know what else. Like, it was
Yeah, like
completely
we.
fabricated.
What's that piece of
It
paper you
was
got from the
slander.
bank?
It was slander.
Yeah, what's that piece of paper you got from the bank? The money thing.
The cashier's check. Like,
Yeah, it
yeah,
said
the
exactly the
cashier's
amount,
check.
exactly who it was going to. You got a receipt from Weld County. Like,
We have them on video. We recorded them. We have Amanda Purcell on video telling us why She changed her
Mhm.
mind and didn't give out the rest of the discovery. Like we have it on recording. It's on the channel.
I don't think that
Like I
there's
don't know.
anything
It's
else.
like
There isn't anything else that you girls could have done differently or better. There were always going to be people that were disgruntled, and it is what it
right.
is in that
And
And
some
I
situation.
people
did.
say that we didn't get shit, but you know what? The photo
Oh
quality and the
yeah.
video quality, superb.
Yeah.
Well, someone. Okay, look. I'm not even gonna go there because that's not the point.
Let me say this before I forget, because I
Hmm.
wanted to say this earlier and I forgot. So I was watching a different live, okay, and on another channel, and I'd like to clear a statement that was attributed to the armchair detective that actually didn't come from the armchair detective. So you guys all remember when the grocery store picture of of the woman came out, because I'm not even going to say it was Kessinger, but we were being, it was shared with AD, and I happened to be, I can't remember if I was in Patreon or I was on the channel or I was on both. I don't remember that, to be perfectly frank. Okay, but AD showed me the picture and I made a joke. What I said was, I don't know if that's NK or not, but if it is NK, congrats on your newly, what I say, something about junk in the trunk. Because we've all seen NK, and this woman had more ghetto thickness than NK did. I made a joke, and was it maybe a poor joke? Probably. And if I offended anybody, I apologize. But that statement did not come from the armchair detective. He laughed at my joke because that's exactly what it was. And at that point, AD and I had built up enough of a rapport that he knew that I thought the picture was ridiculous. I have been
That's
vocal
not
about
her.
not supporting it. This is my point. Whether it's her or not, I don't support the behavior of trying to track her down, insofar as that this woman is trying to unload her groceries at the grocery store, and there's a picture of her being passed around on the internet, and that people are going so far as to zoom in on what's in the buggy or the shopping cart, whatever you want to call it. I call it a buggy, but the shopping cart. I thought it was ridiculous, which is why I made the joke that I made, because I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. And that is how I behave in situations when I think something is, when it's stressful or I find it to be ridiculous. I make a joke. That's just
You
how I
weren't
handle
lying.
emotion.
You weren't lying. She didn't have a flat.
I
She had
mean,
junk in her trunk.
she did
Work it.
have some ghetto thickness, and I congratulated her on that. And I thought
I
the girl in the
ain't.
picture was very pretty. And that was it. But that statement did not come from the armchair detective. At no time did he make a reference. What he did was, if anything, he repeated what I said and laughed, because Alan is always laughing at me. And that's that.
Jan.
Jan, where's your, Dr. B, where's your funny friend Jan Lou? Jan Lou, where are you, Jan Lou?
I can't.
I can't. Four. I can't. Four. It wasn't four.
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 Four. Four.
I took the kids for pizza. I can't have done that. That was my traveling clothes. Clearly, this was a night out. Like blah 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 blah. I made a joke. Please stop blaming the armchair detective for that statement. It did not come from him. It came from me, and he laughed at me. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's keep going now.
And then
Okay.
Carol Cox asking for a Baskin.
I can't. Yeah.
All right. Now, this is me saying that if you ever come across a profile, a video, a channel that is talking shit about Armchair Detective, myself, Menza, Critical Care, whoever the hell is on that hit list, you report them. Let's create our own mass flagging system, because we actually have some grounds. And my evidence for that is I reported 3 videos that this idiot just lifted off of Armchair Detective's thing, wherein I talk, and of course, after 3 strikes, she gets shut down and then accuses me of fraudulently removing her channel. Did it ever occur to you, bitch, that
Oopsie
maybe
daisy.
you are the one breaking the rules?
I just
'Cause if
love
you're going
that.
to
Did it ever
it
occur
was
to you,
fraudulent,
bitch?
you'd have your little
Sorry.
Fuck you.
I was gonna say simple, bitch, like, you know, but like for
But you
some reason
stopped short
I swallowed the simple because I
and
thought it
just
would
came
be
in.
too much.
It just said bitch from the gut, bitch.
No, it came out wrong. So for the record, I swallowed the simple. Oh, that sounds even worse. Oh
And thank
man,
God jokes
I
are not
keep
thank God
digging.
jokes are not against the law, because let me tell you something, I would be sentenced to life without parole because I'd be making jokes all the days.
Yeah. Well, it's meant to be like endearing.
Sometimes it
not.
is endearing.
They
Sometimes
just
I'm
got
just an
done
ass.
calling me a gypsy, rat,
God.
shed, go drown, whatever. I think I reserve the right to call a simple bitch a bitch.
Correct. I mean, look, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Go back now. All right. This one.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip over
She
this
got this
because I
con-
cannot deal with more drama from her because she like really goes like over the edge and I can't.
Is that from Carol?
rant.
No, from Salty. Like I really don't want to deal with her.
I just wish that this
Carol's a piece of work.
Other one.
I wish
Well,
that this
yeah.
would all stop. Like I wish that we could all evolve past
Thank you, Brandy.
sides and this kind of behavior. Regardless of how you feel about anybody either involved with the case or covering the case, nobody deserves to have things like that put on the internet. What was done to Dr. B is disgusting. What's done, she's not the only one. She just happens to be my friend. I've seen it a lot. And it's not even just to this case, it's just in general. And it's wrong. And we can do better, you guys. Come on. We're better than that. Come on. All right, I'm off my soapbox. Hit it.
One, which that's the channel who was shut down by YouTube, not by me, by YouTube, because it was violating YouTube policies. But no, it would be called fraudulent striking, according to the advocates. I've already had enough of this one. And then, of course, she's in the Honor Network. And she's saying, Frank personally is thanking us for this. Chris, here you are. I'm just outlining that you are part of that
there's
group.
Team
And
Phoenix.
as such, I find you intelligent. And in my personal opinion, I think that you're smarter than this.
Oh, what's his new name
Same
now?
goes for these people.
Crime.
Criminal Minds or
I'm
something.
not even going to read this. I'm
Crime.
sure
Shout out to the apostle in
guys
the chat.
can find
Always a
Oh.
welcome sight.
Hi, Apostle. What up? What up? We haven't watched Michelle yet, but when we do, we want to do it all live, like live reactions. Because yes, ex Michelle has been deposed. I mean, it's public.
find this.
I can't
So,
wait.
Wait, I paused for a reason. What did I pause for? Mama Bear, were you saying something?
I don't know. I don't remember now. I don't think so.
Oh, wait, I had, yeah.
because it is public. Let's see. Some more rants. And after all, Frankie Rusek Jr. says, after all, money is the root of all evil. It sure is. You know who else I think it's all about money for? well, let me shut up, because that's for another show, because I have more research
I guess that's this
that
one.
I'm holding back on. I believe this is the last slide, but it just outlines and highlights how this cycle is being perpetuated and why it's not stopping. Okay? So it's not the honor network that are the problem. It's certain individuals that are making the honor network, they're making a bad name for them. That's it for the first one.
Oh
All right,
God,
now
there
I'm
were
gonna take a
two.
break and just read.
There were two parts. So that was that part.
Dr. B
That's
and
it.
the two-parter.
Two
Sometimes
and
people just
one.
need sometimes people just need a good two-parter.
Sometimes.
End of chapter 1.7.
Turn the tape over now. You guys are too young to remember those days, but yeah.
So what are some thoughts? I feel like, yeah, I don't even know.
I just think it's sad that this is listen, I get people wanting to protect a family. Okay, I get it. I will say that, and I know I keep going back to this, but this is the only other case that I've ever seen people completely come out of their hair for. This is this kind of stuff went on back in the day on the easy boards. People were being doxxed before there was a word for it. And it was wrong then and it's wrong now. And it's all because there's a difference between asking questions about what happened in a case, which is what true crime discussions are about, and just trying to free a guilty person just to free them, just for freeing them's sake. And I think that asking questions doesn't necessarily mean that you're there's no sides, but in this situation there were, that you're on one side or the other. How can you know if you don't ask questions? None of us were there, none of us. And I don't think there's there's nothing inherently wrong with asking questions. And I think that for a lot of the people that did the things they did, I would like to believe that their hearts were in the right place and they were just misguided. And maybe if they had a chance to do it over again, looking back, knowing what they know now, they would have done things differently. I would like to hope that that's what happens. And I would hope that this would serve as a good lesson to anybody who is considering doing this or participating in doing this currently to somebody else or somebody's else, because this has consequences, these behaviors. Can you imagine reading these things about yourself? So before you type that slick comment back, just take a second. It's not necessary.
I mean, how rude. Like it especially it's like, okay, let me say it like this. There's certain types of people that already at the age that I'm at, and knowing what I know about myself and what I know about my personality and my traits, like I know that there are certain types of personalities that I simply just don't even want to deal with. And I have that right to make that assessment and make that judgment call for myself. I can be civil with everybody, but and that's my approach. Like that's my approach from the get-go, is I give everybody the benefit of the doubt until you give me evidence otherwise. And I forgive and I give chances and I do all that. And sometimes it's fruitful, other times it's a waste of time. But one thing that I'm seeing more and more nowadays, which is scary, is that silencing of people, where everybody has the right to defend themselves, and that was one of mine. This video that I just played for you guys, and I didn't think that I would have to do this like every year, because some of these idiots are still spreading those lies about me.
Yes, they are, and it's ridiculous, and it needs to stop. I mean,
Like,
listen, I'm no,
I'm done. Like, I'm done with it. You're interfering with my life. I I listened to a woman say that I was fired from my job. I was accused of the worst offense that you could accuse someone of in my profession, which is to divulge private information. First of all, I wasn't fired, and second of all, that is just right there, just boom, slander. I don't even have to prove. That was the point of putting the definition out there. Like, even the law is telling you to do your motherfucking research. Do your research. If you don't, then it's automatic defamation. You don't have to prove. I don't have to prove. I don't have to prove anything, because you sat on your platform that by now the both of the videos that I'm talking about have accumulated together, close to 10,000 views. So 10,000 times people have heard those lies come out of your mouth. And one of those 10,000 viewers, or 10 of them, none of them need to hear it, first of all. Like, and then
What
I
does your
get a
job have to do
retaliation.
with what you're doing on YouTube?
Yeah, and then I get a retaliation live because I complained about my privacy being invaded, and I get a retaliation live for that. And people are cheering it on in chat. It disgusts me.
Right? Like putting where you went to school and what's that? Can I name some of these people too?
I don't care.
Perfect.
Yes.
Oh, there's Betsy B. Like, take a seat, chick. Like, her and that Claire are obsessed. Like, oh, she
I
went to
don't get it
school here,
anymore.
and
Like,
you can go on YouTube and you can see her graduation video, and you can go and do this. And that bitch put a picture of your mother
my mother. Okay,
on
are
her
you
live.
normal? Are you normal?
Like, but we're supposed to respect you, right? And it comes down to the same crap today that happened in Dorothy's live. They had a 24-hour live. 22 hours into it, some
The
bitch on
same
the
people.
jankiest ass high horse
The
that
same
are
people.
saying, that are saying that we're the problem. We're the instigators. We're the bad people. Instantly, they can't even respect
Contain
themselves.
themselves.
Yeah,
They
they can't
can't.
contain themselves. They can't respect themselves. They can't respect each other. This wasn't their chat. That wasn't their channel. That's Dorothy's channel. Not everything revolves around the Ruseks. I'm sorry. My world does not revolve around them.
I'll put the link out there too now, because I think that was the rest of the live is about the case. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys want to watch that, but
But
yeah, like,
they can't even respect what Dorothy wants on her channel. They just have to go right to blocking people, right to blocking people. Like, grow up. it's just, yeah, it's ridiculous. And I have no patience for it anymore. I really don't. Like,
I think what
I know
people are
this.
missing is that there are real world consequences for the things that come out of your mouth. Okay. Everybody, laughs and right along with us when we do these roasts of interrogations. But we don't go after we're done with that roast and contact their family members and try to roast them too and involve them in that. It stays with that specific time, that specific video of an interrogation. I'm not going to
Yeah.
try to contact their family. Nobody should be contact nobody should be contacting employers from because of something on YouTube. Okay?
Jen, did you?
If you're not sure if somebody's violating the law, here's what you do. You don't go live about it on YouTube. Call law enforcement. They'll be sure to let you know if it violates the law. That's their job.
The one chick is so obsessed that her law enforcement told her, if you call me again about AD, you're gonna catch a charge.
I mean,
Like,
you
that's
know,
bad.
I mean, I did make a joke one. I'm not going to say it. Okay, never mind. This is not the time or place for the joke. But let me just say this: if you think somebody's doing something illegal, okay, don't go live about it on YouTube. All right, that's not the way to handle it. Take a few minutes, take a day, sleep on it. I mean, obviously, there's cases where you need to take immediate action. All right, but
Mhm.
I'm telling you, the things that I've seen lately are not immediate action worthy. And I think a lot of this drama and hate could be stopped if people were not so reactionary. Okay? You're dealing with two different mediums. One is the way that we're talking to you guys right now. Obviously, you can hear our voices, so you can hear the tone with which we speak. But the other is in the chat, and that's in text. And people misread text all the time. You cannot read. It's impossible to say with 100% certainty that you're interpreting the tone of a text correctly. Everybody is guilty of making that mistake. Everyone is, because we're human. So rather than read it and be like, and immediately going to type something nasty, or for me to read it while I'm here and I read the chat and I'm and say something snarky, I read it like 3 times and maybe I wait 5 or 6 minutes. And if I still feel some type of way, I'll say something, but I'm not going to be rude about it. There's no need for that. It's ridiculous. It's out of hand. People
Yeah.
are running around, people are using the YouTubes to terrorize people, just running around causing chaos, mayhem, and bullshit.
They tried to
For what?
blackmail AD one time on a live with a picture, or with multiple pictures actually, of AD's youngest daughter while she was a minor. So because she had recently turned 18 or became an adult, they said now she's fair game. And they were taking pictures of her from when she was a minor, emailing them to AD during a live and saying, you need to shut this live down or I'm releasing these photos of your child. Like,
Wow.
who do you think you are? And another thing that I hope I don't get in trouble for saying, um,
Well, Mama
if
Bear,
I
we know
hear,
how you like to ask for forgiveness rather than permission, so please proceed.
I find it ridiculous that Frankie is going to put Dr. B in prison. Put her in prison. She has made his life a living hell. You know what he said today? Who is True Psych Ward? This dude doesn't even know who the hell she is, but she is tormenting you?
And I will
Really?
say this in his defense, it's no different than what I just spoke about, what, 10 minutes ago or whatever it was when I was on my soapbox about a statement wrongly attributed to AD that I'm the one that actually said. And if you think about it, can you imagine? And this is, I'm not, but just think about it this way, okay? If you were inundated with this person said this and this person said, and it's all
Oh my
negative
gosh.
all the time.
Frankie
It's
said that he called Dr. B's work over 200 times. He put out there himself that he called Dodge over 200 times to try and get an answer from them of whether or not Dr. B previously worked there or not. That is messed up. And then to put on there that you were going to put her in prison, you're going to do all this stuff, and then you don't even know who the hell she is. That tells me everything that I need to know. You are blindly hating on people for no reason.
This is
Because
why I've said
you got your
repeatedly that victims of a crime have zero business on the YouTubes, and they most assuredly have zero business using people on YouTube for anything. No, there, listen. YouTube is YouTube. It's social media. It is what it is. It is not. Can you make friends on social media platforms? Yes, you can. Okay, but at the same time, this is not the place to go to get to have an for advocacy. Okay, you don't. The YouTubes is not the yellow pages. Okay, you don't use them for. You don't go to the YouTubes for PR. You don't go to the YouTubes for advocacy, and you certainly don't go to the YouTubes to find peace. How many of you people watching this live have found peace on the YouTubes? I mean, let's be honest. It doesn't even matter what community you belong to. The coin collectors are brawling amongst each other. The knitters are wilding out. You can't, it is what this is not the place for that. And I'm not excusing that behavior. I'm not excusing him making the statement, nor am I excusing him doing the action if he actually did call 200 times. I highly doubt that he called 200 times. I do think that was an exaggeration. But he might have called 20. The point is that the families on both sides are inundated daily with thousands and thousands of messages, and they're not good messages. Do you think that the people PM them to say, hey, I was watching the YouTube and this creator said this really great thing about you? No, which is why the YouTube is not a place for peace, because they're being told, I watched this creator and she said this horrible foul thing about you, and then I went to another creator and he said this horrible foul thing about you. And it's hard to keep your wits about you as a human being, period, regardless of your circumstance.
yeah, I don't know.
And
It's too many excuses.
It's not
for
an
me.
excuse. It's not an excuse. What I'm trying to, this is the thing. This is how I feel about it. If you want understanding, you have to give understanding. And even if that means that you've got to step outside of yourself for just a minute, I'm not saying what he did was right. But in order to understand how we got, you have to figure out what the root cause of this is. I mean, do you think that anybody would go to these lengths for zero reason? There were a lot of factors at play, and it doesn't excuse the behavior, but if you want to change the behavior, you got to figure out why the behavior occurred in the first place. And I don't think but that's not an excuse. But that's why I'm saying, stop messing with these families, you guys. I know you think that you're helping, but you're not. You're making it worse for them. You're keeping these families trapped on August 13th, 2018. We are now on July, whatever the hell the date is, 2021, and they're reliving the worst day of their life every single day. And everybody on YouTube that is contacting them under the guise of help is keeping them there. both families. Leave them alone.
I agree.
That's it.
Definitely, both families. They will not find peace on YouTube. Um, yeah, it's just ridiculous. But that was the other thing. Like, Frank made this whole video about how they contacted this publisher and blah blah blah. Well, what happened? There was another book that was recently released that goes into detail of their financial situations and talks about Shanann doing criminal activities to keep them afloat. They say that the girls were SA'd. Are you joking? Are you kidding me? You put that out there in a book with no proof? That's sick. But you know what? Nobody bats an eye at it because it's not AD.
Yeah, I've watched, I've paid attention, and to be quite frank, I have no idea where the level of continued animosity for AD comes from. I don't understand it. I'm at a complete loss. It's like the same energy they had from day one is the exact same energy they have 3 years later. And I
Yep.
don't understand it. It's not diminished. I can't wrap my brain around it. I really can't. I cannot figure it out.
Oh, thank you, Molson Man. I haven't read it all. I was only going off of the lives. I thought Case confirmed with her that their financials and stuff would be all in there. I'm not done reading it. I've only read whatever was free on Amazon. But it just goes to show that they don't care who's doing what. It all comes down to AD. And
Yeah.
it's not healthy. It's not healthy at all. Their level of hatred. Like, it's like they're blinded by just so much hate for him. And
I think it's sad. And all I can say is that no one person or group of people has control or influence. They can't change things. You can't make human beings change, which all you can do is change your reaction, right? And yourself. So my suggestion would be, if they're insistent upon hating AD, then there isn't anything that anybody can do to stop that. But what people can change and can stop doing is sending them screen recordings or screenshots, etc. Don't aid and abet. Don't help them continue. Hate is not good for anybody, period. So whether you like AD or you don't like AD, regardless, if people choose to hate AD, that's on them, but don't help them, is what I'm saying. I think that's all you can really, I think that's all anybody can really do.
yeah,
Is
and
not
like,
aid and abet.
and I'm not saying that the family can't be angry. They have every right to be angry. I don't even have a position to tell them how to grieve, but I do know what's morally right and what's morally wrong and what is legal and not. And quite frankly, what they were doing a year ago and what they're doing now still should not be legal. It should not be condoned. It should not be, like, people shouldn't be encouraging it and everything else, because at the end of the day, until you've lost 3 family members, you can't say what it's like to lose 3 family members. But that doesn't mean that your hurt is the only hurt.
Well, you're right. You're right. But I think it's human nature to your worst experience is just that. Your worst experience is individual. And that's why the environment that is YouTube is not a good place for either side of the family, frankly, or anybody or any of their extended family.
Mhm.
If you're their friend, don't send screenshots to them. Don't send screen recordings to them. Neither side of this family needs to know what is going on YouTube, because they are never going to and they shouldn't, they don't have to, but they're never going to have an what's the word I'm looking for, not objectionable, an objective, unbiased. They can't look at it from the outside. So to send that to them is not helpful. To bring them into chats is not helpful. And it has nothing to do with, oh, you can bring them into a chat, but just not this specific creator. No, because the creator and their mods are still human. And I don't care how quick you are as a mod. Chances are you're not, something is going to get by you, even if it's for just a second. It's overwhelming, and it keeps the families living in August 13th. That is the right date, isn't it? I'm tired. 2018. That's
Sorry,
where it keeps them.
I just want to respond to a comment. I can't type in chat because I actually stepped out to grab something to eat. But I want to respond to Veritsa's comment. She's asking me about my picture and if it's supposed to be MK Ultra and the Monarch butterfly. I don't know what that really means. Sorry to say that, but the picture actually is my dad passed away recently, and on my way to the airport, that was one of the, I guess, displays at the airport. And it just so happened that I was wearing that shirt, and MK are my dad's initials. So I don't know. It's just a
Interesting coincidence. I love that
yeah.
picture, by the way. It's one of my favorites of you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So she's also asking about this so-called script. Let me say this. I think script was I think it was a poorly chosen set of words. I don't actually think that she meant a script as in like a screenplay where there is a list of creators and things that like an actual literal, like a script for a play. Okay. I don't think that's what it was. I think what she actually meant was an outline. And to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know what that was. I didn't read it because I don't care. I don't care. People are
Yeah.
going to believe whatever it is that they want to believe, and I have zero control over it. All I can do is say what I say and be Jen Lu, and that's it. I don't really care who's talking to Chris Watts. I don't think anybody should be talking to Chris Watts, if you want to know the truth. I don't think he
I
plays
agree.
games.
The only people that should be talking to Chris Watts need to be professionals.
Correct.
Qualified people. This is why this mess is happening, because you have unqualified narcissistic people running around, and I'm not, you know how allergic I am to people overusing the word narcissist. So, and I'm not diagnosing, I'm using it colloquially, okay? So no, don't get your panties in a bunch. But I'm sorry for one person to take control over another person's agency and make decisions on their behalf for them. Like, you're taking a little bit too much control.
Exactly. You know what I think we should do from now on, Dr. B? You know how, like, there's a disclaimer whenever professionals are interviewed and they're asked questions about a situation that they're not personally a part of, but they're speaking to it, right? There's a disclaimer, and maybe we should just run that. This is not this is an opinion only. This is not meant to treat,
It's
diagnose,
YouTube.
I mean,
is
for real.
YouTube.
This is the YouTubes, but some
And
people
nowhere on
think
this
that
channel do I advertise any services, by the way.
correct.
Like, it's clearly just a discussion.
But you know
And
how people roll. They think the YouTubes is akin to the yellow pages, and this was where they go.
Yeah, and like
for
and
services.
the whole doctor thing, like first of all, I earned that title so I can call myself whatever the fuck I want. Okay, first of all. So next time when you say Dr. B is fake, you will get a privacy strike. That's just a fair warning, and it is slander. So let's just stop that rumor right then and there. So I can call myself that because I earned it. And period. Second of all, this is like the channel is about you. Okay, hold on, let me back. What the channel is about is in the description. So that's all I'm gonna have to say.
There you
And
go.
I am more than just whatever, you know.
You're more than just your education and your job title.
Thank
You're a
you.
full
I'm trying
human
to
being.
multitask. I'm driving. Oh God.
That'll be the next thing.
Yes. I don't
So
have a Jimmy or a Bob or a whatever. So
exactly. So that's the thing, you guys. Like, just I don't think that we're all going to be able to sing Kumbaya and it's going to be sunshine, lollipops,
no,
and
like
rainbows.
I'm not
That we're
interested in
human
that.
beings.
No,
Exactly. We're
just leave me
human
alone.
beings.
Yes.
That's the
But
only thing I ask is leave me alone and leave Dr. B alone for the crap that comes out of my mouth. If I say it, hold me accountable for it.
it,
No matter how many times Martin Dehan wants to tell you, I am not Dr. B. I am not Sandra. I don't even live in the States. So
and
forget it.
how about this? How about everybody hold everybody accountable for something that they specifically did? Okay? Don't hold Dr. B accountable because Mama Bear said something slick somewhere in chat. She's funny. She makes jokes. Lighten up. Okay? Don't hold me accountable for something that uh, Team Psych Ward says somewhere else. Okay? If you have a problem with a certain person, direct it to that certain person. And by the way, I'm not saying by direct that to a certain person, go live about it. Why don't you try reaching out to the person that you have an issue with? Because I'm of the opinion that if I don't know there's beef, there's no beef. If I don't know what I've done to make you mad, I probably don't even know you're mad in the first place.
Yeah, I was like, I was shocked. Like, I don't even know what to say. I really don't even know what to
And
say.
don't hold Dr. B accountable for other people's actions. Dr. B is her own person, and so are the rest of us. She doesn't tell me what to do any more than I would tell her what to do, ever. And every creator is unique in the way that they what they ask their mods or their wrenches to do. Okay, let me tell you what I ask my wrenches to do. Nothing.
Same.
Okay, I don't tell them where they can and can't go either. They're adults, and guess what else? I don't pay them, so I'm just glad when they show up on my lives and help. Okay,
My
but if that's
mods like are my best friends literally right now.
correct,
Seriously,
we're
like
all pals.
there's no mod this, mod that. Like
They're our friends.
If
We're all
you
friends.
if you offend one mod and you cross the line
we travel as a
and
pack. How about that?
Mm.
yeah, you
You
piss
see
off
what I
one, you
did
piss
there?
off all.
I see exactly what you did there.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess my last soapbox that yeah, they want everyone to quit talking about the case.
Who's
But
they? Oh,
like
okay. I get you. Never mind. I got it
the
now.
family
I'm
and everyone.
Look, I cleaned. You guys know I cleaned all day. I tell these girls everything. They know exactly what I did all day. I'm
Yeah,
wrecked.
she likes to use her phone to break up her ice for her drink.
Ah, that is not true. I use a knife
Serious.
like a normal person.
Enough. My ear is still ringing.
Really, you're going to get onto me about ringing ears whenever you had that mic snafu and all we could hear was.
It was
Remember that?
not. It was rubbing. That's what I said in the back room before we came on.
You
won't
have
repeat.
rubbin, I have ice. Okay.
But
Karen
you know,
asked if I ever spoke with Chris Watts, and the answer is yes. And that's also the time when KK all of a sudden, did all what she did. And that's when we walked away because I wanted nothing to do with that.
yeah,
And
yeah.
Diane,
I'm
I read what you wrote, and I keep hearing that, but I don't watch everything that they do. I've only watched the one live that everybody has brought up so many times. I mean, how am I going to know what was said if I don't go see for myself, right? So I went to see. And what I heard them say was not that they wanted people to stop talking about the case full stop in its entirety. What I
No
heard them
problem,
say
Karen.
is that they didn't want people making up um, content for their about this case as if it were new, because in their opinion there isn't anything new. That's what they took issue with, that's what they take umbrage with, and the conspiracy theories. And all
Yeah,
I
but
can
not
say
everyone
is
looked at the case when it first started, though. You have to
correct.
expect
So everything
when you
is
put out a
new to
Netflix
them.
one.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're going to go
Exactly.
through it. They're going to analyze it, what they're entitled to do.
Exactly. And I understand why the family says the things that specific thing, right? I get it. Okay. And unfortunately,
Mawson, I agree.
you can't, it's an unrealistic ask, and it's even more unrealistic to expect people to do it. It's just, that's not how human beings operate. And I don't know. I don't know. I, I don't want to say then don't watch, because I think that's cruel. But this is the thing. If I don't like things, guess what I don't do? I don't watch. You know what? I don't like eggs at all in any way, shape, or form. Guess what? I never order or eat eggs because I don't like them. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think I go back to my original saying. You don't have control over others. Only have control over yourself and how you react. And you know what? I'll say this too. 98% of the time, Jen Lu doesn't even control Jen Lu. Alice the cat does, and that's the truth. Sometimes I don't even control me. It's just sad. I think the whole thing is sad.
No problem, Karen. No, it's not. It's not a personal thing with Chris Watts. It was always, we've been vocal about our role in it, and we always talked about transparency with the family as well. So at all times, they knew exactly like what was being told to Chris by us and vice versa. Because the one thing that this family isn't, that they're not on the same page. They're going in different directions, and it's Chris doesn't want a 35C. He's acknowledged and accepted guilt, and what is happening out here in terms of like all the woo-ha, the 35C stuff, that's all it is. It's just smoke and mirrors. Like he's trying to, well, I'm not going to get into that now, but yes. So what the communication is it was specific. We specifically told him that, like, as far as his case is concerned, like, we're not even interested in that because he's convicted and he's serving 5 life sentences. Like, that's not
He's coming out of the body bag.
like,
Period.
yeah, I'm definitely not even close to qualified to even like fantasize about anything. Like, no, just no. What I am interested in, however, is YouTube and Weld County, because of the harassment that was going on, and Weld County for the redacting stuff and everything else that we were doing. So, and he said yes, on board 100%. Sent me a freaking prayer card, which I thought was interesting, which, I guess he includes that in his letters. So for me, that's like data. You know what I mean? Information. For other people, it's like, oh, look at this. We're gonna make this into something. Like it was never ever about that for me. Like ever. It was always just get the information out there. Get the information out there. Like that's all. I don't care how you interpret it and what you do with it. Well, now in retrospect, I regret saying that because some of my work has been used to draw up some like ridiculous stuff. So I do regret that. But again, that's not something that I can control, right?
No.
So I would rather people have access to information than not. So like with anything else, use things responsibly. And that was my part in it. Like information in terms of the case here. But yeah, with Watts, everything was shut down immediately when he actually said yes to that. So him saying yes meant no more Dylan Tallman, no more Kim Kaufman, no more YouTube for the Watts, nothing. Like they were going into sequestration, whatever it's called. Jen,
What is it? What are you trying to
when
say?
you sequester.
Oh, sequester. Yeah, sequester.
Yeah, so
Oh, WITSEC. That's what you're trying to talk about. Witness protection, WITSEC. Yeah.
yeah. So and that's the professional way to do it. But, of course.
And I admire you, Dr. B, because the answer you put the information out there and some people didn't use it responsibly. The answer to irresponsibility is not to take the information away. That's not going to help
No,
anything.
yeah.
And
I guess
if Chris,
I should have
if
thought
Chris
of a
Watts,
disclaimer. This is why people have disclaimers, I guess, because
Mhm.
there's always going to be that one person that's going to try to like gulp down hot coffee.
Correct, and then sue. So, with Chris Watts, you guys, honestly, if Chris Watts, who is the person actually doing the time for the crime, if he has accepted it, I think the YouTubes can accept it too. And I understand that people want this 35C to happen because they think that it's going to open up all of the information or that it would reopen the case. And it would never, okay. The way that, first of all, this is not an appeal process. This is only an attempt to change sentencing. That's what a 35C is. It is not a guarantee of a trial or anything else. And the first person who's going to review the 35C request is the original trial judge. And I think exactly. And I think we're all in agreement, most of us, that he would have denied it straight away. And then it would work its way through the appeals process. Okay.
Sometimes we exaggerate things when they're just so like obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And I can imagine Caffeine Q saying they would have to cut off my limbs to overturn that sentence on Christopher Lee Watts. So that's what I imagine Cop Cow has going through his head.
And to answer you, Renee New, how can we accept it if we know all these disturbing facts about NK? What choice do you have? Anybody that, and I don't mean you like specifically you, Renee New. I mean in the broad sense, the all-inclusive you. Okay. What choice do we, I'll use that word, do we have but to accept it? This isn't a situation of a false or a wrongly, this isn't a wrong conviction. This isn't an innocent man who is who was wrongly convicted. Okay. He's exactly where he needs to be. And I really don't think for a second that if Weld County had evidence against anybody else participating in this crime, that they wouldn't be seeking to prosecute. I just don't think they would. However, I will say this. There is a difference when it comes to the prosecution of knowing and being able to prove. And I will also say this. We don't have a choice but to accept it. There's nothing as far as YouTube goes that is going to change law enforcement and, more importantly, the prosecutor's mind. They have all the things. And I think we can all agree that with respect to the discovery, we have far less than all the things. So, yeah, did I roast NK? Yeah. Do I have some questions for Ms. Kessinger? I sure do.
Me too.
But she ain't finna answer me, and she's not fixing to answer y'all either.
She's still
She
trying
stayed
to. She's still trying to find her lost job.
correct. She's too busy telling the world to leave Jim alone. Okay? She doesn't have time for the likes of us. It just is what it is. It
Yeah.
just
But how
is
are
what
you
it
going to tell
is.
people to stop talking about the case? And then Frank goes on live and says, you know what? You'll never know the truth. I know the truth, but you'll never know the truth. And I know who September Lady was. And I know what they went into that house for. And I know what they retrieved or didn't retrieve. Like, tell me again to stop. Like, what?
Okay, so you can hear that sentence, that statement, okay? And I can hear and you interpret it as a taunt, as Frank says, as Mr. Rusick Sr. saying or implying that there's something more, right? What I hear from that is I know all the things and I'm satisfied with the outcome. You need to be satisfied too. I don't think my personal, but I can see how you would take it that way,
But why
which is
would you put that
again,
out there? There's so many rumors and speculations going around about who that is and blah 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 and everything else that when
I
you've
think
got
we
someone
can
like Jamie
agree.
being accused, if you've got someone like Jamie being accused of being September Lady,
Yes.
and if they know for a fact that it's not her, and if it was someone else and something stupid, why wouldn't they just come out and say it? I get that. I get it. I get it. We are not entitled to anything. They do not have to come out and tell us anything. We are nobody to them. We are not deserving of any answers from
But
them.
see, that's the thing. Like, that's not even up to the family. Like, that's part of, like, the law enforcement. They're the ones who put that in the discovery, and they're the ones, like, when the discovery is scrutinized, I feel like people have somehow subliminally connected it immediately to bashing the Rusaks. Like, the discovery has become the symbolic representation of the Rusak family. And dare you say something, you're going against the family. That's not the case. The reason why we have Freedom of Information Acts, and the reason why we have the right to inspect public records, is so that we can look, so that our government remains transparent, and we can look at the way that they're investigating, if they're keeping the public safe. And when we're questioning the investigation, I'm not questioning the victims in the case. I'm questioning if the government, I'm questioning the government. Like, I'm practicing my right.
Yeah, but like, who decides? You've got you get the Rusak saying that they know who it was. They're, whoever it was, it must not have been. But like, why? Why would you say that? Why would you say that someone, you just
Yeah, that's,
confirmed that someone went in
mhm.
to retrieve something or they went in to do something, but then you've got Jamie being accused, and then you've also got the Watts going like, well, who the fuck was it? Like, if you know who it is, like, and then you've got they want all the conspiracies to stop. right? And that was something that there was a lot of conspiracies around the photo of the freezer, of the temperature that Chris took. Well, I think it was like KK or someone came out and said, "Oh, well, Chris said that he sent that picture to Frank because the fridge and the freezer wasn't working properly and he wanted to make sure blah blah blah." Okay, but out of all this hatred and all this, it's not like they're not on YouTube. It's not like they're not making statements and doing interviews and going on TV and everything else. As simple, Chris sent me that photo to see if the fridge or whatever was working correctly. That itself could have shut down more rumors than calling somebody a gypsy wretch.
There were people saying that he was taking temperatures of the freeze or whatever it was because he was storing one of the children's bodies in there. Like, that's how outrageous the theory got.
And they could have
And it was
squashed it.
just a simple thing. Like, simple thing. If Chris sent the picture to Frank, release Chris's entire Celebrite. He's the
Right?
perpetrator.
Right? Like if he like, and who like it's, I don't know. I'm not saying that the family's not entitled to do what they want, blah blah blah. But they're not the only victims in this case. The Watts are entitled to have their questions. The Watts are entitled to talk about or do whatever they want with the case. It's their family too. It's their son being tagged in these videos. It's them being tagged that they made this monster and everything else. Like it just it doesn't make sense to me why they are spending their time encouraging all this hatred.
Lori, they
And
do
then
though. Sorry, Mama Bear. Lori's saying the Watts also know information, but don't mention it was not Jamie. What do you mean they don't mention it was not Jamie? It was not Jamie what? Like the oxy? They said no multiple times. Jamie is in therapy because of what she was put through on the internet because of that stupid rumor that Cheryl and Cadel pulled out of her plagiarizing head.
right, like
Again, this goes back to my original point. They shouldn't be on YouTube. And I'll go a step further. Part of the problem in this case specifically is on the Watts side, they are referred to as handlers. On the our side, they're referred to as advocates. And they're being
They've said
advised.
no to September as well. Sorry. But yeah, they said no to the September thing as well. Sorry, Jenlu.
That's okay, babe. That's okay. And they're all being misguided. And this will never stop. And not that I should be more specific. First of all, nobody is ever going to stop people from talking about a case, okay? We're still talking about the Ted Bundy tapes, and the man has been dead for what? 20 something years now? 30, close to 30 years? Or 30 something years? When was he executed? I can't even remember. But bottom line is, we still talk about John Wayne Gacy. He's dead too. Charlie Manson, also dead. We still talk about those cases. This case is going to be talked about, not because it's a family annihilation case, although those are rare. It is more that the way that he disposed of his family. That's what shocks people the most, especially that 45-minute drive. And I'm going to leave it there. Okay. However, there are people on both sides that are informing these families on what to say. and none of them have any business advising them. If they were going to advise them on what to say, they should say nothing. Period.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back
Exactly.
home.
It's just, it's sad. It's sad to see all the hate
Molson.
and like everything for, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. And they sat on a live and said they can't even come on YouTube and listen to music without it switching to AD or something stupid. Well, that's because you have searched AD. That's why. Like, it doesn't just pop up AD out of nowhere if you're listening to country music or something. You need to clear, what's that, your caches?
And cookies. Yeah.
And your cookies. And, like, I don't know, reboot your stuff. Maybe don't be obsessed with AD.
My husband said to me today, he said, babe, what's going on with the Real Housewives of Atlanta? And it's okay. First of all, he doesn't like any of those shows. So I was a bit taken aback by this question. And I was like, what do you mean? And he said, I'm getting it in my suggestions on YouTube. And I said, well, what have you been clicking or searching or watching on YouTube that it would come up in your algorithm? And I can't figure it out because I know what he watches on the YouTubes. He watches barbecue, like grilling how-tos, not grilling, smoking, like using the smoker, car stuff, that kind of. I promise you, he's not watching. He can't stand the Real Housewives, any of the franchises. YouTube does weird things with their algorithm. It is what it is. I wouldn't be used. Here's the thought. YouTube is not even a good platform to use for music.
Mm-hmm.
Get on Spotify or Pandora or iHeartRadio if you want to listen to music. YouTube's not the best for that.
Well, you can click to hide the channel and like don't recommend this type of material. Like if you're watching gardening stuff or smoking stuff and car stuff, my husband's into car stuff too, and I can promise you he does not get true crime popping up on his stuff. And I have every once in a while used his account or whatever. I probably left a snarky comment on someone's live. But no, he never gets. You have to be searching for that stuff.
I swear, I blamed the cat. I told him. I think Alice was using your YouTube account. I don't freaking know why. Well, you're on YouTube. Yeah, but I'm not the maker of YouTube. I don't run YouTube. I don't even barely know. I don't know how that crap works. I don't know why you got the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Who knows? It's the Illuminati. Now go lay down. Like, what else do you want me to say? Okay. I don't know. I can't fix it. It's the whole situation with both families is sad. And at this point, in my opinion, with the Watts case and these families, what's going on with Stella B, sweet girl?
I put her I put her in bed because,
it's Mimi time.
Yes, and
you showed up with food.
What?
So then you showed up with food.
No, she just showed up behind me. She's a clinger. I love her. Hey, Stella B.
Yeah, and like my own mother.
There's even rumors about Stella.
Oh yeah, Stella's also
Baxter.
Stuff. 2 dogs.
Even Stella B has a faker. Bless it. I will say this.
That really don't look anything alike.
At all. I mean, okay, they are beagles. They are the same breed. That's true. And while they do share some beagle traits, because they're both beagles, they are absolutely not the same dog. Okay.
I need to show the picture of Stella that we have as our mod chat thing.
Oh, she's the best.
With her leg up on there.
But
But
I
I
don't know how to find it again.
I will say this. The die and the ruin has already been cast with the Watts case. Okay. We can't go back in time unless one of y'all has a DeLorean that also doubles as a time machine. Okay. But what we can do is do better
I didn't
moving.
understand any of that.
Back to the Future. What are you talking about? How am I friends with you, jokers? You don't know any of the movies ever. And it's not like I'm talking about some like really off the beaten path, obscure indie film. Like these are commercial hits.
In my defense,
I realize
I did not. I was like
you were not
traumatized when
raised here.
I was traumatized when I heard Leonardo DiCaprio's real voice for the first time. Because I would always listen to the movies in German. Like they would,
Oh, that makes sense.
like, you know. So I
Mhm.
was used to German Leo. And that's who I was like. I had a massive crush on Leonardo DiCaprio during Romeo and Juliet days.
Oh yeah.
And I knew the movie by heart in German. And
Wow,
then
Shakespeare in
in
German.
German.
That's a feat.
Mm-hmm. And then I also then Titanic came out. I knew Titanic in German all the way.
Yeah, Rose is a bitch for not scooching.
And that Titanic was when I heard him speak English, like when I watched the real version of Titanic. Because I watched that movie like 50, 1,100 times.
I mean, it's a good movie. It's a good movie.
Yeah. So.
I just, but we can do better moving forward. And I'm already seeing it happen in current cases, like with, what's her name that's missing right now? Everybody's covering it.
We need German Leo.
What's the little girl's name that's missing right now?
Summer Wells.
Summer Wells. I keep wanting to say the other S name, and I'm not going to say that SL. Not saying it. That keeps coming to my brain. But I've seen the way it's going on social media. People are overly analyzing to the point where now they're dissecting the use of the and in social media posts by the family, and it's wrong. That's not what we're here to do as a true. Well, or a misplaced one, or angry, or using punctuation angrily with dot 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 dot
Yes,
dot.
I was looking for the picture. See,
87 asterisks, all caps. I mean, come on.
I was trying to figure out why I had so many tabs open because I was like, this means I was doing something.
You were doing something.
I was looking for Stella.
We're looking for Stella B. But yeah, I mean, the bottom line is we can't do anything about the past, so we can learn from it and move forward and be better tomorrow. Believe me, I be trying every single day. I get up in the morning with a smile on my face and a song in my heart, and I say to myself, today's the day that you're going to be not the worst. Okay. As you can see by the thumbnail, the nickname hasn't changed. I have yet to be successful. Maybe tomorrow, but I'm always hopeful.
Oh, I didn't find Stella yet, but I did find my other thing.
Oh, good.
So I'm going to put that up for a second while I find Stella. But
okay.
We kind of adopted the I can't from Prince Andrew. So
handsy.
So I'm going to go ahead and we memified it. So this is our new meme. I can't.
Forgot about this one.
So I'm gonna look as I continue looking for Stella.
Stella's probably like, I'm right here. Now make with the snacks. What do you need a picture for? I'm right here. What's wrong with you, Human?
We make some really good memes.
We really do.
This is hilarious. Really do. Oh, Baxter. Oh my God, this is good.
Don't show it.
I have to.
Okay.
I must.
I can't. Oh God, brace yourselves.
I must. Oh no, which one
I
is it
love
now?
Baxter.
I do
I
too.
know.
But nobody gives side eye like Stella gives side eye. Baxter's pretty good though, but Stella be side eyeing the very air that surrounds her. Okay.
This is
That-
this, I made this because Baxter just has these like furious eyes. Like every time he looks
He's
at you,
so
it's like,
intense.
yes. So I made this meme for Baxter. Okay, back to looking for Stella. Oh my gosh, it's my favorite.
Oh, Baxter.
There's more of them. Like, hold on, this is another good one.
That
So,
is sister number 83's dog, not your mama. That's her dog, Baxter.
yes.
Also known as Stella.
Baxter is Stella's stand-in for GoFundMe's, apparently.
Oh my god. Hold on, wait till you see Baxter in this position. Oh, StreamYard is making me do too much.
And there he is.
In all his
His
glory.
glory. Oh my
Oh my
God.
gosh. Oh, yes. Okay. Don't be intimidated by Baxter. Fine, I'll take him off the screen.
It's a lot.
All
a
of a
lot.
sudden, it was silencio.
Silencio, por favor. Anyway.
Mm.
Oh.
Oh, Stella B. You know, I went about the longest way to find this photo instead of just going.
Could have just gone to our chat and took the photo off of there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. But there's like so much.
Oh, oh God, his name starts with a K. Smash. What's his name? Kai.
Oh, should we play him?
We can. Yes, Molson. I think that we're going to do one. I'd like to do one Friday. I'm ready for a roast.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do the deposition of Michelle.
We haven't listened to her yet.
No, and it's good that I never listened to him. I never watch first. This is my honest initial impression when I do the roasts. We should play Kai.
Yeah, well, now, see, now I'm
Now she's on Kai.
See, I can't.
She can't. Let her finish with Stella. Stella B.
I simply can't. Okay. But for those of you who were here from the beginning, did you guys find this helpful at all? Just looking back at where some of these rumors started. I know a lot of you were around there, but I really hope that someone gets something out of it, because it's like we don't need to be punching that ticket. We can get off the roller coaster.
Yeah, I'm about sick of that roller coaster.
Yeah.
I don't know, but when like the case stuff, as it stands, yeah, it's done. They're not gonna if they're not gonna release anything, if Chris isn't gonna say anything, whatever, It's done.
Exactly.
But
Oh, here
the
comes the
circus
but.
acts, the circus acts that keep happening around the case, and who wrote to Chris, and who got this phone call, and who found this picture of possibly NK in a parking lot, and who's like, that's what people end up talking about. That is why this case won't die down. It's not just the facts. It's this whole circus surrounding it. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know. I'm off the island, but I'm still like got my binoculars looking because it's just, I don't know. It's like good trash TV. I always just gotta watch it.
I'm off
can't
the
help it.
island, and I'm looking to have my memory of the island erased.
Yeah, you need that FBI thing, that Men in Black.
The Men in Black thing. Sure do.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I try. Like the case part itself, I don't care. But I do. I find myself getting wrapped up in all of this. It's a weird toxicity that you just can't. And you feel like if you don't stop, like if you totally block it all out, that's when you're gonna get. It's like people are crazy. You got to keep an eye on them. And I don't like that. That's what this case has done to me. But like, no.
Well, Allie, all I can tell you, babe, is that let me see if I can find some pearls of wisdom for you here. You know when the circus leaves town?
Hmm.
Do you know when they do?
Usually on a Thursday. But
No, not. Oh my God. Jesus fuck, Ellie. Oh my God, smart ass.
I found Stella. And
The
Baxter
circus
and
leaves-
Felton.
The circus leaves town when people stop going to the show.
True.
That's all you can do.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think? Let's see.
Another
On
Watts
Thursday.
Yeah, like Frankie's talking about releasing another documentary. Of course,
Yeah.
I'm gonna want to. Yeah, I know, but I like to. I like to know the facts. I like to just. I don't know. I might miss
But
a
you're not.
screenshot.
Oh, and you mean your phone wouldn't be so slow?
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, I think what my point is with all of this is they're waiting for AD to stop. And that's what they were saying in this one live. It's like, we'll stop when AD stops. We'll stop when this stops. All of it has to stop. And that includes both families. And I feel like unless both families are willing to stop, they can't, well, the Ruseks, I mean, they can't just attack people on the internet for talking about the case. Both families have to stop. If both families would stop, I think it would give people a lot less to talk about. And I think that's my point.
I agree. And I will say this, that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And to that end, what I would say to the families is that they've continued to do the same thing over and over again, which is why they're getting the same results. Just change one thing and see if you don't find yourself in a different spot.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
I had to take a break from listening to a specific creator. I think that is known for word salad, because I would get ragey at some of her explanations, specifically surrounding the law, what constitutes a false confession. Okay, if somebody lies during their confession, that is not a false confession make. A false confession is when a subject relays a narrative about a crime which doesn't match the known facts in the case. That's what that means. If Chris Watts says that Shanann's eyes filled with blood and they didn't fill with blood, that is not a false confession. A false confession would be if he said that he stabbed her, but really he choked her. There's no stabbing. That's a false confession. It is not a Brady violation to not ask the suspect a direct question about whether or not he murdered the girls. That is not a Brady violation. A Brady violation is if the prosecution withholds exculpatory, which means evidence of not guilt, from the defense team. That's a Brady violation.
No, Renee, it's not. So Stella is all the way on the right. Felton was in the middle, and Baxter is on the left. And Felton is no longer with us. This was his last day with us, so
pour
we
some
wanted
out for our homie Felton.
Yeah,
R.I.P. Felton.
we love you, Felty. So yeah, Stella wasn't happy that she had to pose for a picture. She wanted to get at that meat pie that they got. So that's that picture. But I highlighted I've learned a lot's comment because that's another thing that I noticed too happening lately is, like these empty loyalties to different creators when it comes to the subs and the viewers.
Mhm.
And this stalking from chat to chat, and that's that's not, again, what YouTube should be about. People
No,
should
it's not.
feel free to go like wherever they want and to chat. I don't know, like, yeah.
I don't understand that specific thing. I don't get it. But different strokes for different folks, I suppose. It's not how I would choose to spend my energy, is watching
But that's the
chats
thing,
to
like,
see.
subscribers shouldn't, and viewers shouldn't really like have to like worry about this stuff. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Like, your subscribers and viewers should not have to worry about like who's aligned with who today, when it changes every
It
day.
does. It does. It
And
changes.
that's why these people lose, credibility or over time, because one thing on these YouTube streets is people don't forget. And you
Mm-mm.
see, like, 3 years later, like, I'm still having to deal with these stupid ass rumors that were started, way back when, that are like completely, they're a delusion that were made up by some basement creep. And there's like, I'm still having to deal with that when I shouldn't. And why? Because people aren't responsible in what comes out of their mouth. So why should subscribers have to fear and have to worry about what freaking school a YouTuber went to? Oh,
Mhm.
how dare she go to this school? Let me unsubscribe right now. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. Okay. You're not your channel isn't about treatment or diagnosis with respect to your professional and your credentials and your education. Okay. So if you're concerned about Dr. B's education because she is wondering why NK decided it would be a good idea to break her SIM card, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous, to put the two together is ridiculous. There are no qualifications required to ask why somebody did something. Okay?
Renee, I'm going to give you a clip. I'm going to give you a preview of
Oh, good.
of my next Kurt Cobain video.
I didn't know at the time that this was supposed to be an in-house rehab. I learned that later, but total farce. I mean, most of the time I was with her, she was either on drugs or doing drugs. There was nobody overseeing what was going on there.
Stop it. Seriously, or I'll kill you.
Well, hello to you too, you know. How you doing?
Yeah. So that's the preview. Oh, did we lose Jen?
I think so.
Okay, well, I'll play it again. It's 29 seconds, but I was just so pleased with this little compilation that I just...
I didn't know at the time that this was supposed to be an in-house rehab. I learned that later, but total farce. I mean, most of the time I was with her, she was either on drugs or doing drugs. There was nobody overseeing what was going on there.
Stop it. Seriously, or I'll kill you.
Well, hello to you too, you know. How you doing?
I can't. I can't with Tom Grant. He's just so funny.
His sense of humor is so dry. I love it.
Me too. And he's really like that. Like when I talked to him, I felt like I was on home turf because he's, you know.
Yeah.
I love just straight to the point, straightforward. Listen,
this is how it is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you.
We're not here for any reason.
It's so funny.
Yeah. So I don't know. Did we beat the dead horse back to its death?
I think so. I think so.
Okay.
I think we beat it, gave it CPR, and beat it again.
All right.
It's going to be an excellent clip.
On that note, then I think just for you know, whatever, we should play the video again just to get the mood up a little bit.
Okay, Google, play the song.
Calm down, girl.
I just love this. Well, it's really
I do too.
Yeah, it's the beat and like, you know, just I don't know.
And I can't.
Oh, Heather, did you actually drive by a fire?
And I can't.
I'm jamming. Like, this is my jam.
Wait, fuck it.
Ronnie kills it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, fuck it. Wait, fuck it.
Renee, that's funny.
Calm down, girl.
Calm down, girl.
Wait,
And I can't.
Yes.
Calm down, girl.
And I can't.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Calm down, girl.
And I can't.
It's the best.
It is. It really is.
Thank you, True Pam, for being a good sport
Yes.
and only calling me a murderer. That's okay though. That's mild.
I'm a murdering butt plug, so.
Oh my god.
Mm,
Oh, it is what it is. And don't
We
be
had-
suggesting to victims of murdered children that their grandbabies are not actually dead and have been trafficked. Like, get out. Calm down. Calm down.
Lord.
That's where that came from. Lord have mercy and calm down, girl. Literally, that is a clip of Ronnie Watts.
Way out there. Way out there.
I can't. I can't.
Calm down, girl. Way out there.
And I can't. Yes. It's responding to someone who told him that his grandchildren are still alive, but that they're being traded or whatever the hell. And yeah, so this grandfather of those murdered children had to tell this person, Jen.
Way far-fetched.
Way out there. Way
Calm down,
out
girl.
there. Calm down, girl. And I can't.
Yeah. Good Lord.
Yeah. Maybe we open some eyes and change some minds. If nothing else, I would hope that the people that have decided that they would go after Dr. B relentlessly maybe listen to this and maybe change their minds and realize that there's no need for that.
No.
It's ridiculous. And if there's
not against the law to ask questions.
It's not. But I'm more to the point is what they did because she asked those questions. And I was going to say, no, don't, guilt by association is ridiculous. Don't be like that. That's not helpful. Just deal with the person that you're mad at, for Pete's sake.
Sorry.
Not by doxing them. Try having a conversation first.
Sir, I'm one of the heroes.
Yeah. Can we talk to you? Do you mind?
What do you want to talk about?
What happened today?
Well, went straight out of Dogtown, skateboarding, surfing it up. Before I say anything else, I want to say no matter what you've done, you deserve respect. Even if you make mistakes, you're lovable. And it doesn't matter your look, skills, or age, or size, or anything. You're worthwhile. No one can ever take that away from you. Now, this stuff right here, I was driving and I was in the passenger side of this f***er's car, and he comes over on there. He was over by the recycling center. He says, "Oh, when I was in the Virgin Islands, 30 years old on a business trip, I this 14-year-old." I was like, "You what?" He's like, "I raped this 14-year-old." Starts crying, gives me a big hug. He's like 300-pound guy. I'm like, "Oh shit, you must be man. Like, what's he talking about?" I didn't take it seriously at first. He comes driving down this way. He's like, "You know what? I come to realize I'm Jesus Christ, and I can do anything I want to." And watch this, bam, and he smashed into this fucking guy right there, pinned him in between that fucking truck. And so I hop out, I look over, the guy's pinned there. I mean, like, freight train riders know this. Like, if you get pinned between something, do not fucking move that shit, otherwise you bleed out. Like, motherfucker, I ran in, I grabbed the keys, and sit there like nothing even happened. And like,
from
man,
motivational speaker to paramedic.
Again, man, there would have been a hell of a lot of bodies around here. I hop on out, and so I grabbed the bag, I threw it over by that pole right there, and then fucking buddy gets out and these two women are trying to help him. He runs up and he grabs one of them, man. Like a guy that big can snap a woman's neck like a pencil stick. So I fucking ran up behind him with a hatchet. Smash, smash, smash.
That like button.
Yeah. She was the one who got grabbed by that fucker. You know what? Fuck is cool. That guy ain't. Shit.
How'd you get in his car? How did you?
I was hitchhiking. Good thing I was hitchhiking. Yeah, people say don't hitchhike. Well, this is what happens. Well, at least I was here.
So he did this on purpose.
Dude, that guy was fucking cooked out, man. Like, he's beyond Howley. Like, I don't even see any breath in him. You know what I'm saying?
Can I get your name?
I don't see any breath.
I'm Kai.
Kai? Can I get
I'm
spelling?
Kai.
Straight out of Dogtown. K-A-I.
K-A-I. Do you have a last name?
No, bro. I don't have anything.
Where are you from originally? Are you from Fresno area?
Sophia, West Virginia.
No kidding. How old are you?
I can't call it.
Have you ever experienced anything like today? And what made you take the actions that you did?
Bless
That woman
it.
was in danger. He just finished what looked like at the time killing somebody. And if I hadn't have done that, he would have killed more people. So.
Oh yeah, the
he's
orchard
dead.
story.
Good.
Yeah, the orchard.
You ever experienced anything like that, Kai?
Well, this one time I was in the orchard and this fucking guy starts beating on this woman who he calls his. So I walked on over and I started smashing him in the head. You see all these teeth marks right here for the camera? Yeah, I started smashing him in the head and in the teeth, busted out all his teeth. Motherfucking the sheriffs, not the policy enforcers, fucking show up and start like they're like, yeah, so what happened? I mean, like, just give me any old name and just give me old fucking birthday, whatever, just. Yeah.
What happened today after
So basically, he got away with murder.
Out, were you arrested? What was the process? What did they do to you when they came out?
He
Obviously,
just
they found out that
announced
you
it
did
in
the right thing, but
interview.
the time that the accident until now.
So take a wild
Well,
guess.
he started following I like I cleaned my
Prison.
head not even with a hatchet. He stood up like he
Bless
stood
it.
right up, right? And like I'm like, bro, if you're fucking Jesus Christ, I'll be the Antichrist, man. Like that shit. And he starts following me off this way, so I figure I'll lure him away from the crowd. So I'm running off this way. I got a hatchet in one hand, my fucking this bag I'm carrying over with another hand. I start running off that way, and so a couple of the people who was bystanders to it came over and told me to stop. And I was like, why stop? And he was like, the cops are already on their way. I was like, is he back up and doing anything? And somebody said that he was like masturbating in front of this school or fucking whatever this place is right here. Yeah.
Were you questioned by police? Were you taken into custody? What happened? I mean, obviously.
I was questioned. I was put into the back of the sheriff's wagon. It wasn't the policies that fucking pulled I over. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like, I got put in the back of the sheriff's wagon. The sheriff was like,
This
"What
is
happened?"
Kai,
He took down a
the
statement.
hatchet
I
wielding
told him everything I just told
hitchhiker.
you.
Karen.
And
The lifesaver.
let me on out. Said I couldn't grab all this
The
stuff.
sometime
until,
motivational
I
speaker,
finished,
paramedic,
like, they had finished with
and
something.
it's
you know what I mean?
superhero.
And like brought me back on over here so I could be in front of this thing, like this car right here. That's fucking gnarly, man. Holy shit. That's like the biggest wave I've ever ridden in my life.
Hey, bud,
What's
let's
next for you,
party.
Hopefully some surfing. If anybody's watching this somewhere else and they got a mini Mal that they could lend a guy with a wetsuit, I'd love to test out Mavericks.
Would you do it again?
Club him in the head with a hatchet? You know, if I could go back in time, I'd go back over to where I was at that recycling center and he said that he had raped that chick over in the Virgin Islands, because it doesn't matter where you at. You can fucking just spend a bunch of money and do whatever the fuck you want.
He
You know, that's not
Epsteined
right.
him.
If I could go back in time, I would have dabbed him up right there.
No, you're not. I mean, doesn't seem like you have any concern for yourself. You're all about, I mean, doing the right thing and not even worrying about Kai first.
I don't have any family. Like, as far as anybody I grew up with is concerned, I'm already dead. So, whatever.
Aww.
So let's read his Wikipedia, shall we?
Bless Kai.
Oh gosh, okay. Kai was arrested on murder charges in May of 2013 for the death of New Jersey attorney Joseph Gelfi. Kai maintained he fought against Gelfi in self-defense. Okay. According to Kai, he's been drugged, man, and essayed by Gelfi after he offered Kai a place to stay for the night. Kai stated the police claimed the encounter was consensual and the murder premeditated. However, Kai said that after the viral video in California, he had no need to have sex with men like Gelfi, whom Kai described as unattractive, stating, "Do you know how many hot chicks? Never mind. Even if I was gay, do you know how many hot guys wanted to F me after that shit in California? I'm not even being vain. It's just a fact. Like, no offense, but he was not a looker." Is that
Kai,
your testimony?
what happened to the motivational speaking, Kai, that you showed at the beginning of your video? It doesn't matter your age, your size, you're special. What happened to that, Kai? Carry on.
Yeah. After the murder charges, the video views increased substantially, increasing its viral reach.
Oh, they're saying that the live ended.
That damn video.
Oh.
Policy violation.
I'm saying we'll be right back. Because we will.
Mm-hmm.
The policy enforcers.
Assholes. They're always with that fucking video.
I know.
I probably didn't even hear you reading that.
Oh, hell no.
I love to see you. Shut up.
Everybody always thinks it's the trolls. They don't have that kind of power.
No.
No, it's the bots.
Bastards.
Yeah.
Policy violations. 2 of them. Damn. Wrecking shit tonight.
Oh, I see a yay. I think we're back.
Okay.
Are we?
I don't know.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Or maybe they're responding to my. Oh, it's back. Thank God. Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah, Kai always does that to us.
Kai be getting us struck, but hey, guess what? We don't care. It's worth it.
Yeah. It's
Poor
YouTube.
Kai.
They're like trigger happy. YouTube's got the trigger fingers. They're quick to shut down a news clip, but they let slander and harassment stay up for weeks and weeks and months and years. Interesting, huh? So did you guys hear anything about anything from the wiki page? Should I just read it over again? Oh, dude. Okay, so I'll just read. So this is Wikipedia page. It says he was arrested on murder charges in 2013 for the death of a New Jersey attorney, and Kai maintained that it was self-defense. According to him, he was drugged and essayed by Gelfi after he offered Kai a place to stay for the night. The police say that the encounter was consensual and the murder was premeditated. However, Kai said that after the viral video in California, he didn't need to have sex with men like Gelfi, whom Kai described as unattractive, stating, "Do you know how many hot chicks? Never mind. Even if I was gay, do you know how many hot guys wanted to F me after that shit in California? I'm not even being vain. It's just a fact. Like, no offense, but he wasn't a looker." So then it goes on to say that after he was charged, the video views increased, and the fans of the video who considered Kai a hero for saving the woman raised a legal fund. Kai was imprisoned for over 5 years awaiting trial, which began April 1st, 2019. Kai took the stand.
The irony of it being April Fool's Day.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that. Yeah. Kai took the stand in his own defense and was combative during cross-examination. He made an outburst. You know, this would be viral too if it was public. He must be appealing it or something.
Yeah.
Okay, where is it?
Outburst.
Outburst. He made an outburst during his defense lawyer's closing argument, nearly leading to his expulsion from the courtroom. A jury found him guilty of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to 57 years in prison. He will serve 85% of that term before the possibility of parole, with the judge telling Kai, when you become eligible for parole, you will still be younger than Mr. Galfi was when you murdered him, who was 73 at the time.
Oh, man.
Kai said he plans to appeal the conviction. Well, that was body number 3 for Kai.
Lord. Poor Kai. I mean, my goodness, Kai. Not a looker.
Smash, smash,
smash. Not the policy, the sheriff wagon. It's like some weird hybrid accent of California mixed with Canada.
Yes. And Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason.
And then he throws in some random city in West Virginia. You ain't got no twang. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Well,
so I don't know. I'm done.
Me too.
I'm tired.
Me too.
I've gone up and down on my soapbox so many damn times.
Right, Allie?
Now
I
I'm
feel
tired.
well out. Hope it tightened my buns doing that. Hope my glutes are tight from getting up and down off that soapbox so many times. And then sidetracked with West Memphis 3.
It was a treat.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have been a treat in chat too. So thank you so much for sticking around and for the discussion.
Yes, thank you. And special thanks to Team Psych Word for modding the chat for us.
Yes, thank you, girl. And thanks for combing through your blocked list. We really, really appreciate that.
You are the MVP.
For sure. All right, perfect. So thank you again, everyone. Let me remove all this crap from the StreamYards so that I can focus. Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys. And yes, before I go, I just want to say that we will be coming back. I have my video ready, my next video of the timeline for Kurt Cobain ready. Just putting on some finishing touches, so that should be coming up soon. And then we're gonna go live with going over point by point the last days of before the body was discovered. So because there's a lot of activity there and I want to dedicate the time to it. So
I can't wait.
So look out for that. So yes, so thank you guys, and thank you Mama Bear and Jen.
Of course, anytime. Thanks for having thank you guys. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you to the chat. I'm tired, y'all. I can't.
Me too.
I'm not gonna make it.
Nope. So good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, guys.